about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
It's not going to be annoying again today, is it? Are we going to have to... I think it'll be okay.
I don't think it was as bad. I think it's back in that other corner now, right?
It's outside. Oh, God. They were flipping out this morning because they were working on underneath the pillar right outside the WTAM studio this morning. Like, I get in here like 8:20, and Scooter's running around, and Brother Wills is walking out. I'm like, oh, my God. Well, I was talking to Nolan about it this morning, and he said that so many people have hit the pillars in the parking garage. Did you know that?
No.
That they're like...
I heard about that.
That they have to like rebuild some of them, so they're like drilling away the detritus so they can get to like the structure and then rebuild. I'm like, the way people drive... I've talked about it before. When Pound Cake was on the show, he used to fly. He almost hit me a couple of times. The way people fly through the parking garage, I'm like, what is going on around here? I'm like creeping into like... You know, where the intersection, like kind of when when you're turning to exit out of a parking ramp, not out of the whole structure, but like level to level. And people are flying down these things. So,
you know,
yeah,
it's a different...
They're chipping away, I guess, at the pillars to rebuild them because so many dopes around here can't navigate a goddamn parking garage that between the guys parking their giant trucks in these small car only spot, you got to like Tetris your way around the corner in this parking garage.
Well, you know that's different than our parking garage, right? The executives have their own here.
No, I know, but I'm not in that one.
Downstairs. That's the one that they're fixing.
I know.
That's
but,
the
people,
one.
I'm sure people still fly through that one, too.
I don't know how you can. You've never been down there?
They put up a... I've never been down there.
It's like a maze. There's so many of them
I'm
supporting
part of
the building.
Hoi Polloi.
I don't
We're not. You and I are in the main... no, they put up... When you first enter our parking garage, that first turn to get to just level 1 where the iHeart spots are.
Yeah.
They put up like this yellow foam on that wall there
It's a
because
bummer.
people...
Somebody still broke it off.
That's what I'm saying. It was there like 7 days and it was
cushion.
torn off. Yeah.
I think that might have been one of our news guys, if I'm honest.
Oh, I don't care who it is. One more person who couldn't navigate a turn in a parking garage. How long we've all been driving now for, God knows how long. I'm not good at that math, but hey, anyway, I'm Alan. Hi there. Rob Anthony is here too.
Hello.
Kat is back in Studio
Hi there.
G. I was at Chuggers last night in Streetsboro, and I ran into Dean. He was the guy that left the message at the end of the show on the chat asking if Kat and Rob were going to be there or if it was just going to be me. And he was great. He was he wasn't breaking my balls, but he's like, I'm the guy that left the comment. And, so it has gotten to the point, however, when, because this is a relatively new show, obviously. They fired my old co-host back in November. And then Rob and I started doing the show for a few months before Kat came on. And so this is a new iteration. It's the umpteenth iteration of this show here at WMMS. And so people are excited to meet you guys. And last Thursday night, I had an appearance at the Parma Tavern. We're doing these things with Bud Light. I'm in Willoughby tonight. I'm in Brook Park tomorrow night for these. And Kat and Rob were at the Parma Tavern with me just to kind of poke their heads in. But it stands to reason that people are going to... Listen, I'm old news, man. I've been here 15 years, right? So it makes sense that they're like, oh, is Kat here? I go, no, especially the dudes. Right,
Tomorrow
Rob? Especially the dudes.
Tomorrow we'll all be together at the Solid Gold Lounge. So
Are we? Are you coming to the Solid Gold Lounge?
I think Rob is too.
Rob is too?
Don't you speak for me.
I was going to say, I thought
You said
maybe.
that.
Kat, I say a lot of things.
I thought maybe people were asking if Rob was there last night because they were like, oh, they just go by proximity. And they're like, oh, it's closer to Medina. I thought maybe he'd come out. I go, no. And it's just as well because this Chuggers place is huge. I'd never been there before. Huge. So it's nuts to butts. There's a million things going on. We're doing our Bud Light thing. There's like a DJ on the stage. There's a a table of Girl Scouts in front selling
Oh, my
cookies.
goodness.
There's like people eating dinner. There's a pool tournament. I mean, it was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fans of the show. I personally am always gratified when I do appearances in the more conservative parts of Northeast Ohio, right? Streetsboro is pretty dark red because those people will come up to me, and it's just always a lot of fun. They'll be like, hey, I hate your politics, but I love the show. And I'm like, that's totally fine. So a lot of drinks, a lot of shots last night, and it was so much fun. So everybody who came out to Chuggers last night, again, I've been to a lot of places. I've done appearances in a lot of places, Streetsboro included. I had never been to Chuggers before, so it was a lot of fun. It was great. And so we did a pickleback shot with Josh, who lives out there. He works for AT&T. And yeah, Dean was like, I'm the one who asked if Rob and Kat were going to be. Of course, the first thing I see when I walk in is there's a guy eating dinner with his girlfriend, because I got there like a 7:15. Appearance was 7:30 to 9:30. I get there, and it was just a ton of people still kind of eating dinner, and there were families and things. First thing I see when I walk in is there's a guy eating dinner with his girlfriend or wife, and his back is to me, and his shirt says, eating ass and taking names.
Oh, God.
And behind him is a table of a family. I'm like, please let one of those kids be just starting to learn to read.
Daddy, what does that mean?
Yeah. And then he walked over. He's like, can I buy a shot? And I was like, I'm not there yet, but thank you. The T-shirt's fantastic. But I was like, now here's the weird thing. I noticed when I got there, his plate was empty. So I don't know if he had already eaten the ass or maybe, I don't know what the timeline of that was.
It was sitting across from him.
But I was like, it was the first thing I saw when I walked in. I go, now I know where I am. This is going to be a good time. Noise. But yeah, little kid sitting behind him. I'm like, God, I think he was probably, the kid looked like he was like 2.5, but I was like, God, it'd be great if that kid was just starting to learn how to read and starts with the guy's T-shirt. But, yeah, no, it was fun. So tonight I'm going to be back out in Willoughby for this. And if you're any good at Pop-A-Shot, we had a guy last night, I think the high scorer. We're taking the 4 top scorers from each one of these appearances to do the finals with us next Saturday in Medina. But I think last night, like, the top scorer had like 121 or something like that. I mean, some guy was, So anyway, whoever wins in all of Northeast Ohio from our finals is going to go to Las Vegas. You get the Vegas trip. And then you compete against everybody else, and the grand prize out there in Vegas is $10,000. So I'm going to be out at Lost Nation Sports tonight, if you know where that is, in Willoughby. And then tomorrow, I guess all 3 of us, or at least Kat and I, will be at the Solid Gold Lounge in Brook Park. And if you have never been there before, you are in for a treat, because that's a good time over at the Solid Gold Lounge.
Well, that's when you mentioned the dark red parts of the area.
Yeah.
That is a dark red bar. I went there
the Solid Gold Lounge.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Motorcycle bar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I went there when we were giving away the motorcycle a couple of years ago. And that was the day. You want to talk about being scared? I was here for, I don't know, 6 months?
Yeah.
That was the day Trump got shot.
Okay.
So that place melted down. I'm like, I'm going, just by being from Massachusetts, I may die here. They'd be like, oh, that guy's a liberal.
Yeah.
Kill him. And then it could not have been more opposite, though, like you said. It was, everybody was just, you'll be all right.
I never worry about that stuff. There's a handful of those kinds of places on Brook Park, right? There's a place called Shaker's Tavern that is very similar to that. But it's so goddamn fun. It's all hogs in the parking lot.
It was a blast, dude. I had so much fun. And the sign looks like you're at a nudie bar.
Yes.
It's got like the spinning lights.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, here we go.
Yeah. So anyway, there's only a handful of these left, but I'll be in Willoughby tonight, be in Brook Park tomorrow, and then the finals in Medina next Saturday. Yeah,
Pop-A-Shot indeed.
Yeah. Welcome Lexus to the stage, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Nice big magic lantern. Welcome for Kia Soul.
Magic Lantern.
That was the place, baby. Palmer, Massachusetts.
Oh. Speaking of Coco, I have to assume Kia Soul was... Hey, Alan, is it common? It's common to throw shade at vanilla ice cream eaters because it's a basic flavor, but as far as beans go, vanilla is the more sophisticated for a heightened palate. The cocoa bean is a bean for children and simpletons, and it's also farmed by children, making it the ultimate... separating the art from the artist. separating delicious Nestle from child labor practices. Well, I can't imagine that the vanilla bean farmers are all 40 and up. I mean, it's all the same kids doing stuff, but I think that was because what? You said vanilla was your favorite?
Yeah, and you made fun of me.
And
I
you
did
said
make fun
chocolate
of
was
you.
yours.
Well, listen, it's fine, right? Just as the people come together at Chuggers or at the Solid Gold Lounge or anywhere else where people of differing tastes and opinions might meet, so we can agree to disagree on our ice cream flavors.
I was
and that's fine too.
I gotta think of a new way to say this. I was draining the main vein the other day, and members only Dave came in, and he's like, "Hey man, I gotta tell you, I really appreciate that conversation you had about vanilla ice cream and soft serve." And I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "No one's ever really gone to bat for vanilla like that before,
Yeah.
man. That was really solid. Thank you." And I'm like, "See,
he's delightfully weird.
That's cute.
no. He's smart, and he agrees with the guy who had the good opinion."
No, I don't mean because of that. I mean because he's a guy that will come up and tell you, "Hey, man, thanks for going to bat for vanilla."
It was so great.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I loved it.
I love how invested he is.
He was
about
great.
vanilla.
He's like, "Yeah, man, no one ever really goes to bat for vanilla. I really appreciate you doing that, bro."
Hey, listen,
Like
it's
anytime, man.
it makes a great base for anything you want to throw on it, I guess.
True.
All right, I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send me a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is the best place to shoot me an email, and you can watch, if you want, go to our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards are back. Live Monday night on Fox.
Celebrating the music and artists you've loved listening to all year on iHeartRadio.
Performing live,
Bad Bunny,
Billie Eilish,
Glorilla,
Kenny Chesney,
Money Long,
Nelly,
and your host, LL Cool J.
guys ready to have some fun tonight? Plus, iHeart Innovator Award recipient Lady Gaga.
iHeart Icon Award recipient Mariah Carey.
iHeart Breakthrough Award recipient Gracie Abrams.
And we're celebrating iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, with an exclusive television performance from the opening night show of her historic Eras Tour.
It's all happening live on Fox.
From the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Monday night, starting at 8 p.m.
And listen on iHeartRadio stations across America and the free iHeart app.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/radio. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single, seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com today. Rocket, own the dream.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all. And super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment.
station, sure, but your favorite podcast, that amazing playlist you made for free, even iHeart stations you can't get on the radio, like Alt 2K, Indie Radio, and Smells Like the 90s.
That's a game changer.
Whatever you choose, it's as easy as a tap to make a preset. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeart Radio app today.
Remember, our devices are always listening to us.
We are.
So if you start to see ads for squeezy salads and wiener milk, you know who to blame. The Alan Cox Show.
WMMS.
Brad is on here from the Ides of March, WLS. That was a big station growing up in Chicago. Boy, did my mom love this song. Remember Vehicle by the Ides of March? Kat shouted out the Ides of March earlier in the week. That's tomorrow, Ides of March. Remember what the Ides of March is? Beware the Ides of March. Remember what that is?
Are you asking
if you know
me?
your Shakespeare? Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. It marks the assassination of Julius Caesar. But technically, it means Ides, the Latin word for divide, midpoint, whatever. Middle of March, Ides of March, tomorrow. But this band was called the Ides of March. They were a Chicago band, and they had this huge song called Vehicle. At the time, it was the fastest selling single that Warner Brothers Records ever had. My mom played this on... The frontman for this band was a guy named Jim Peterick, who went on to found a band called Survivor, and they had massive success. He still does stuff in and around the greater Chicagoland area. But boy, did my mom love Vehicle by Ides of March. And it is a good song, boy. I mean, 1960-something, maybe? I don't know.
Well, Tom Jones vibe to it, too.
Yeah, right?
That voice. Definitely doesn't sound like the dude from Survivor. That's wild.
It is wild, yeah. But also, I think this was a big hit in the UK, and then it blew up here, maybe? I don't know. Maybe they thought that it had a British vibe to it or something. But tomorrow, of course, the Ides of March. And I always think of this song because my mom liked it so much. Of course, now it sounds like my mom's dead. She's not.
a big fan of... My mother loved the Ides of March.
Yeah, Dick Biondi on the nighttime show, WLS.
Dick Biondi.
Right?
Woo.
Yeah, that was the guy that everybody creamed their jeans over when I was a kid in Chicago radio because he'd done some dumb parody song that surfed that wave for 60 years. He only died a couple of years ago, I think.
He died on the air, man. Not on the air, but I think he was still on the air.
He
like,
was.
Yeah.
They would throw him on like oldies stations and stuff. He was like an 88-year-old guy with jet black dyed hair, and yeah. But he was a living legend in Chicago radio. Your Cavaliers, by the way, back to it tonight after having last night and Wednesday night off. They are in Memphis to play the Grizzlies, who are a pretty good team. So we'll see. Every one of these teams is hoping to break. I'm going to burp. Is hoping to break the Cavaliers' 15-game win streak. So one of these teams is going to do it. It might be the Grizzlies tonight. That's an 8 o'clock tip-off here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. As we find ourselves within the last month of regular season play.
Crazy.
In the NBA. April 13th will be the last game of the season here at home against the Indiana Pacers. Cavs, Grizzlies tonight. 7:30 pregame with Mike Snyder and the gang. You can listen here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Monday, we will be at the Clevelander, in fact, for St. Paddy's Day. And people keep asking me, are you guys going to podcast it? No, it's not going to be. We're not doing the show. We're just going to be jumping on periodically in between music, MMS, on Monday. But we'll be posted up at the Clevelander. Love to have you come by. And I have to think that there is probably a very, very simple, I'd venture to say, one-step process for people to win some of these new WMMS Sham Rock and Roll T-shirts that we've got. And because we're going to have some with us.
We are, yeah.
Okay. So that people can probably just walk up and we can toss them a shirt. Yeah, we can just...
One would think,
yeah,
Alan.
It's
but,
not like that, though?
Nope, nope, that's not how we're doing it.
What do they have to do?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Should I give people a second to get a pen?
Give it to him.
Okay. What you need to do is you need to download the new and improved free iHeartRadio app. Now, if you don't have it, if you do, you have to, I'm sorry, let me back up. You notice there's now a feature called presets, Alan. And
I just heard the promo about it.
Just like you heard the guy say how awesome it is. Those fantastic testimonials telling you the greatest thing that's ever happened to this guy is the fact that the iHeartRadio app now has presets. If you put the Buzzard on one of those presets, or this show, or another show on the Buzzard, any one of them, Stansberry, Rover, and show it to us, guess what?
You get a shirt?
You get a shirt.
Oh.
So it's all about the presets, Alan.
Mm-hmm.
Download the app if you don't have it. What's the next step? Well, yeah, make a preset. Then you have to show it to me. And then I'll give you a T-shirt if I have it. But you can't show me a screenshot of, like, your girlfriend's phone. That doesn't work. No.
Your girlfriend's phone.
I was just guessing.
I see.
I just assume.
Uh-huh.
And then we'll give you a T-shirt while supplies last. I don't know how long that'll be.
Well,
maybe the first person to do it. I have no idea.
Do we know what the supplies are?
I don't.
Okay.
But I think we're going to have some of those Buzzard mugs we were handing out too.
Mm-hmm.
In case this massive crowd of people come with their phones in their hands to show me that they downloaded the app and put the preset on there.
Okay.
So we'll be prepared.
Beautiful.
Did I explain that right?
I mean,
Step one,
the
step
best as I know.
two,
Yeah, as best I know.
Three. I think that's it. I think that's all. I think it's all you have to do.
Okay.
You want me to go through it again?
No.
Okay.
I
just wanted to make sure.
It. No,
you sounded
I've
like
got
you
it.
might have been a little confused there.
No. I've committed the whole thing to memory.
Okay.
I feel quite informed on the whole thing.
I'll tell you, I don't know how I ever used that app before they put these presets on it.
Which app?
The free iHeartRadio app, the new and improved one.
That one.
Mm-hmm. I would listen to things all the time, and I would always say to myself, if only this thing had a preset on it. And now, magic. Presets.
Well, we've got a lot of hardworking people over there on that thing, and they're constantly trying to improve what we in the biz call the UX, user experience. A wild part of my night last night at Chuggers, I mentioned Dean, who was in the chat earlier. I was talking to a woman named Colleen, who is having a birthday this coming Monday, and I said, let's do a shot. And Colleen wanted to do Fireball. And I said, okay, well, we can do a shot of Fireball. I don't care. I was just going to go for something else. And Dean mentioned to me, he was in a little crew there too, he mentioned that he had never had gin. And I said, well, gin isn't really something that you probably want to do a shot of. I go, I don't know if your entree to gin should be a shot. And, he's a couple years older than I am, so I was surprised he had never had gin. So I ordered him a gin and tonic. And Colleen and I did a couple of shots of Fireball. And the yay or nay from Dean was that he enjoyed the gin a great deal. And because he was referring to that's probably going to be the base spirit for our labia roller coaster. And so,
is it Colleen?
That's how she pronounced it to me. She said Colleen.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I just thought maybe
Colleen.
So not Colleen, which would be the Irish.
I assumed that she wasn't mispronouncing her own name.
No, I agree. I thought you mispronounced it when you were saying it at first, and then you said it again.
No.
And I was like, oh.
No.
Okay.
I'm such a nerd because I immediately thought of choline as like an essential nutrient.
To the right, CHOLINE. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course,
See,
you thought it too.
Because she went to yes, that's right. CH3, NCH2, CH2OH. From chemistry class. She went to medical school in Antigua. You got to study choline. It is essential for your brain function, Rob. It's essential for your nervous system. This is how I remember all these things from last night because of the choline.
And I'm the guy over here that didn't know what the Ides of March were. So let's see. We're all on a different playing field, I guess, Alan.
That's all right. We have a fun time.
Well,
That's what matters.
Everybody needs the idiot.
No.
Oh, yeah. No, I know my place.
Don't project. No one is suggesting that.
Exactly.
Every village needs an idiot. Happy to be there.
Listen, you alcoholics are well versed in choline, by the way. You know, if your liver looks like beef jerky, choline is one of the first things they're going to prescribe to you. Alan, Rob's instructions were unclear. I downloaded the app and selected a few presets, and I think I need to burn my phone. Hopefully, I can still get.
No, don't do that.
Hopefully, I can still get a shirt.
You have to keep the phone because you have to bring it with you to show me that you did everything you just said you did to get one of those new T-shirts.
Alan, will Rob still give me a T-shirt on Monday if I have presets for WMMS, the Alan Cox Show, and the Jimmy Buffett channel?
Nope.
I think that's a question that was asked yesterday, albeit in a different form, and I think your answer was the same.
Mm-hmm.
That, to put it kindly, Rob is a little prickly about James Buffett. And so if you step to him with what the kids would say, that mess.
You're out. You're out.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Touch tones. Awesomeness. Played Creed for 3 hours while my buddy was working at a bar, and he hates Creed. It's epic. Showed up with his wife later, and all they did was complain about how someone was playing Creed, and at one point there was nobody in the bar. Love the show, hate me, hate you.
See, this is what I'm talking about, you know? These I was talking yesterday about how people can really troll you with the touch tunes, whatever they are, the jukeboxes. They can just troll you with music you don't like. This guy, he's like, oh, my buddy's bartender, I'm going to drive him crazy. Why would you want to make a bartender angry? You want to keep them in a good frame of mind, right?
Because it's his buddy.
I guess so.
If it wasn't his buddy, it wouldn't be funny.
Yeah.
You know,
that is some dudes, they've got their own love language, and that's what it is. Very prank-based.
How do you hate Creed, though? Like, I mean, I don't know. That's not my favorite band, but do they hate Creed in the same way they hate Nickelback? Like, it's just not cool to like Creed? Like, I like Nickelback. I like Creed.
It's become cool again.
No,
I don't think so.
No, it's become forced nostalgia.
True.
Where when you get some distance from it, people go, okay, they're not any better, but they don't deserve the white hot hate we pointed at them. Meanwhile, those guys are all laughing all the way to the bank.
Of course.
You know, they're like, yeah, whatever, we do not care because we're, it's not like they're going out back on tour because they need the money. I think that Creed tour might already be over, for God's sake. But no, it's fine. It's fine, I don't know how they engendered that kind of. Both of those bands have got crazy riffs, right? Those are both riff bands.
Yeah.
And so there's nothing wrong with little meat and potatoes rock and roll.
Nickelback always
right place, right time.
Nickelback always surprises me the most, I think. Like
Creed, that people don't like them?
People could be like, okay, Creed was music for Jesus. All right, fine. But Nickelback, I mean, look, man, I'm not going to go buy a T-shirt, but if you listen to the stuff that they put out, they follow the formula. Every song is about sex or drugs or rock and roll.
Pants, feet.
Pants also.
Yeah.
Because he does love pants and feet.
Yeah.
But like if you listen to that song, Rockstar, that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
I like your pants around your feet.
DJ Cumberbund.
I like your pants around your feet. I like your pants around your feet.
I bet Chad Kroeger is bummed he didn't actually write this song. Because this slaps too. Just him and a guitar.
I like your feet around your pants. I like your pants around your pants.
Pants around your pants.
I like your feet around your feet.
I do too.
I love pants and I love feet. Feet, pants, pants, feet. I love pants and I love feet. Feet, pants.
know if it had ever been confirmed or not, but somebody mentioned a while back that Nickelback had taken to playing that song live in some cities. So that's a nice little Easter egg, too, that you could probably throw out there.
Those are probably the songs that killed him, though. You know what I mean? Much like With Arms Wide Open was the death of Creed. I think
Is that true?
I think that's really when it all started to
With Arms
because it's
Wide
theatrics, like all that nonsense, I believe, is what people would make fun of the most.
Well, I think it's also a combination of something that I think Creed absolutely fell prey to that Nickelback did not, where Scott Stapp really started to take himself seriously.
Oh, yeah.
And that will kill you faster than anything else.
And Kroger's always been the guy who kind of made fun of it. Yeah,
That's
we're
what
from
I'm
Canada,
saying.
You know, whatever, hey?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't get the Nickelback one. I never have. Again, it's not my favorite band by any means. But I would, like, if they came back, I'd go again. Every song is a bop.
But also, music is so subjective that it's always funny to me what people think is not cool or is cool. I'm like, everybody kind of has a sense of it. But also, you know, if somebody goes, oh, I think Nickelback is super cool, you kind of go, what do you mean by that? But it doesn't really matter anyway. Those guys are multimillionaires.
Of course. And again, I'm not saying that they're super cool. I'm saying that their music
right. No, I understand.
Doesn't deserve the hit that it takes.
Now, I have never seen them live.
I have.
The Creed show that I saw was that one in Chicago where Scott Stapp was so drunk that he walked off. And everybody was screaming and yelling, and I think they ended up having to give everybody refunds. But I've never seen Nickelback.
I saw Creed once, and I think we've talked about this before. Seven Dust opened that show.
Right.
And I'm like, this is the dumbest thing you possibly could have done. You just set this building. It was at the Mullen Center, UMass Amherst. You just set this building on fire with Seven Dust. They closed with Black.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, Creed. With arms wide open.
Well, they probably didn't open with that, right? I mean, you got to amend the playlist when you're following Seven Dust.
Just that was not the right fit for an opener for that band.
Again, when both bands, I was still on the radio in Kalamazoo, Michigan when Creed broke. We're talking mid-'90s there. And so Creed and Nickelback, to me, still my favorite songs of theirs were their first songs. When Creed did My Own Prison.
Yep.
And when Nickelback, before they really blew up, because I think they blew up on their second album, but their first album, they had a song called Leader of Men. And I still think that's their best song. But, you know, your audience finds you, and then you start writing big anthemic riff songs. And then, you know.
What was the song they had about
I don't know
Nickelback?
which one?
The song they had about the couple banging in the car and the dad shows up, drops the keys.
Animals.
That's a good tune. Again, that's another one of those, like, tell me that's not a rock song. If that was anybody else, people would dig that song.
I think some people have an aversion to what is referred to as arena rock. I mean, you go back to the 70s, people used to give the same crap to bands like Journey and Boston. They'd be like, oh, this corporate arena rock crap. But
That's
they
fair.
were massive, massive bands. So you can't tell audiences that they're wrong, you know?
You just hit the post.
WLS! Anyway. Yeah. Okay, so the Buzzard Roost. Tomorrow, in addition to being the Ides of March, is the Buzzard Roost out at the Hinckley Reservation. You're not hip to this, are you?
No.
This has been going on for a long, long time. And Rob was like, why are we not out there? And I said, that's a good question. Maybe back in the day we were, right? Before my time here. Maybe MMS was part of the Buzzard Roost or whatever. But it's a whole big thing with the Cleveland Metro Parks. And this goes back decades. The 68th annual Buzzard Day. I mean, we're only 55 years old. When was our 50th? 2018.
68 was, yeah.
The Hinckley Chamber of Commerce. I don't know what else Hinckley's got going on, but the Buzzard thing is a big deal. It goes back to the 1818 Hinckley Hunt. Be careful how you say that.
Hinckley Hunt. Oopsie.
March 15th, since the mid-50s, they've been doing Buzzard Day, and they get thousands of people out there. I've never gone. It always comes and goes without my participation. But I think that tomorrow, we can't though. I have to be in Brook Park tomorrow night. I think tomorrow would be a great opportunity to get out there, just dip into the Buzzard Roost, have people show us their presets, and then...
You want to explain it to them? You tell people what they have.
It's a big deal.
You think they have like beer tents and stuff?
They have an official spotter from the Cleveland Metro Parks and a Buzzard scoreboard to track the sightings.
It's like the Monarchs returning. It's the Northeast Ohio version of the Monarchs.
Yeah, the big Grunion run if you're living out in the West Coast at all. Yeah. Oh, I'm late. I got to take a break here. Want to go see Our Last Night? I have one more pair of tickets for you. The band Our Last Night, the Double Life Tour. It's not until the fall, Saturday, September 20th. They will play the world-famous Agora. The tickets just went on sale this morning, so you can go to agoracleveland.com to buy them, but you can win my last pair here. Caller 10. Good luck, too, for Our Last Night. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Who do you think has a bigger vocabulary, a dog or Jeffrey?
I have no idea. I'm just suggesting, what if dogs are smart, as some people say they are? All they got, the next evolution would be them knowing how to use the toilet instead of having to be let out all the time. If they know they go to the bathroom, you just don't go right to the bathroom, and instead of making landmines all over your lawn.
Well, we're trying to teach you that, too.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The National Women's Soccer League, the NWSL, kicks off its regular season tonight with the Chicago Red Stars, newly rebranded as the Chicago Stars, visiting the reigning champion Orlando Pride, an 8 p.m. Eastern start on Prime Video. And the Washington Spirit visiting the Houston Dash, an 8 p.m. Eastern kickoff on the NWSL Plus streaming service. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcast.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. The Capital One Venture X business card has no preset spending limit, so the card's purchasing power can adapt to meet business needs.
1-800-348-1007.
When people talking about twerking, nobody seems to mention the part that when you do a lot of twerking, sometimes it makes you fart. Twerk, fart, twerk, twerk, a twerk, fart, twerk, fart, twerk, twerk, a twerk, fart, twerk, fart, twerk, twerk, a twerk, fart, twerk, fart. If you're around a bunch of ladies who doing the twerk dance, probably gonna stink. Oh yes, there's a good chance.
There's a good chance. I was reading about, the Cavs are playing the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. And I was reading about these 5 dudes who all got arrested there in Memphis. It's an away game tonight. Cavs are in Memphis. Maybe they've already set up a memorial plaque. I don't know. I mean, these guys are all alive. But there were 5 guys who were arrested the other night right there in Memphis, Tennessee, because they had blocked a downtown intersection by twerking. They have this problem here in Cleveland. They're scooping people up because they do these street takeovers, which it's easy to say is a victimless crime unless you're sitting there waiting to move your car, hoping nobody hits you. But if you've ever been near these, it's to me, it rises to the level of a mild annoyance, as long as nobody's hurt, whatever. But it wasn't like that. These guys, there was a Chevy Malibu stopped at a green light at a major intersection down there in Memphis, Tennessee. And these guys had gotten out. When we were younger, they called them Chinese fire drills. Remember those?
Yep.
I don't know why they called them Chinese, but you'd get out of your car and you'd run around and then you'd get back in your car. I never did one because it looked utterly ridiculous. But okay, this is what passed for fun. But these guys, they were twerking around the car. One guy was up there dancing on the hood. They're all like teenagers, 18, 19 years old. And they were all charged with obstructing a highway or a passageway. The suspects were taken to jail so the offense would not happen again. I'll tell you what, Memphis, Tennessee is always on the list with Cleveland, Detroit, New Orleans, Chicago sometimes, for these cities that have to contend with a lot of crime. And if this is as bad as it gets and you're these 5 dudes, I think you got bigger fish to fry, if you'll allow me. One of the guys also had a warrant for vandalism. And so, but I just love the notion of these 5 guys who, by the looks of them, how should I say, weren't trying to impress the ladies. Were just out there twerking. Nobody's harming anyone. So anyway, I hope that they are out. I hope they're doing fine. I hope they live to twerk another day. But the Cavaliers right there in Memphis tonight. I don't know how close the Grizzlies arena is to this particular intersection. Maybe you're taking in a Cavs road game. South 2nd Street and Union Avenue is where this criminal activity went down there in Memphis.
I mean, in all fairness, no one wants to see a dude twerk.
Well, these other 4 dudes might have wanted to see that.
Yeah, but that's why they got in trouble. If it was like a car full of chicks doing it, they'd be like, oh, all right, well, we'll let it go. The light changed. Go ahead now. Get back in the car, but thank you.
I'll sit and watch anyone twerk, Rob. You know that about me.
You are a twerk fan.
It's in my bio.
Twerk fan.
Twerk fan. Nickelback is headlining that Pro Football Hall of Fame show, Alan. Somebody texts. True, yes. Nickelback, August 3rd. They're playing the Concert for Legends.
See you there.
So, are you going to that one?
I'll go, yeah.
See, the thing is, usually this Concert for Legends feels like, unless I'm misremembering, but it feels like it's usually a big country act. So I'm happy anytime they put a rock band down there. Of course, Nickelback has taken, they're very country adjacent. They draw a lot of the same people. And so Nickelback has gone on the road with country openers. And that's fine, too. Sunday, August 3rd. Sunday? All right. Sunday, August 3rd, down there in Canton. The tickets are on sale.
Tell me that's not rock and roll. Playing on the Sabbath?
Right.
They're like, yeah, you know what? That's who we are.
The Concert for Legends is only a few years old. I think this is the 10th anniversary of it. They've had Aerosmith. They've had Carrie Underwood. They've had Journey. Imagine Dragons. Ugh. Imagine you go down there and they're like, ladies and gentlemen, Imagine Dragons. Imagine me drawing a blade across my throat. You Mormon putzes.
An hour and a half of thunder.
Imagine Dragons. There's a reason that my 9-year-old likes them. Yeah. So if you're a Nickelback fan, surely you know by now they're going to do that show down there in Canton. It is August the 3rd. And there are still some, I have to assume, tickets remaining for it. Alan, everybody that I know used to like Nickelback when they were a teenager. I got into them when I was around 15. Somebody else points out that Nickelback concerts are filled with hot MILFs.
Yeah.
See, I think that's redundant. I don't think anybody's trying to... I think the acronym MILF implies that you think she's hot.
True.
Or maybe just there. Some people, they have no consideration whatsoever for what's going on from the neck up.
Well, that's true, though. I mean, when you think about it, MILF just stands for already hot. Otherwise, it would just be like, hey, check out that mom over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Check out that mom. And that acronym is a lot more clunky.
Check.
When I was a kid, I was so, my dear father passed away a few years ago, but as a kid, I was just desperately scared of my parents passing away. So I always called my mom a MILF. Which, of course, means mom is living forever. And I really, really...
Should I explain that to you?
Dug into that. I'm sorry?
Should I explain that to you? Or
No, I'd love for my mom to live forever.
I would
mom,
too.
She was the hot mom when I was growing up.
Sadly,
so I had to contend with that.
That's not what that means.
I'm sorry?
Sadly, that's not what that means, Alan.
Well...
oh, boy.
Agree to disagree. Oh, this guy. Speaking of which, this guy calling again.
Yo, Alan. Future black stepdad here again.
Oh, no.
You were talking about your mom dumping her boobs out. I gotta say, they're real and they're spectacular. Yeah!
All right.
All right, man. See you at Thanksgiving.
Son of a bitch.
This guy. When was I talking about my mom dumping them out?
On the Weather Channel.
Oh, yeah. You said you'd
be happy if your mom dumped them out on the Weather Channel.
Oh, because the lady in the French Quarter pulled her shirt up and you said... Imagine that's your mom.
Yeah.
And I said,
and you're like, well, that'd be great.
Mm.
I'd be so happy if that was my mom. That's fantastic.
Yeah, so you sound like.
You said it.
No, listen, I'm proud of my mother. And
I love the see you at Thanksgiving sign off.
You know what? How about bastard?
See you at Thanksgiving.
I'm not going to see you at Thanksgiving, sir.
So great if you did.
Yeah! All right, man. See you at Thanksgiving.
Sounds like Fred Durst at the front of Roland. Yeah. You know what time it is. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Okay, listen. Yeah, could you imagine I walk in Thanksgiving? I'm holding my Baskin-Robbins ice cream turkey cake.
Hey, man.
Guy say, yeah, I told you I was going to be here. I told you, man.
You son of a bitch.
I'm your new stepdad. Remember me? And my mom's just looking at me all sheepishly. Well, you know.
We were trying to find the easiest way to tell you.
Here's Frank. Or whatever it is. I don't even know this guy's name.
Future black stepdad here again. You were talking about your mom.
I'm going to call him FBS from now on. Yo, man, it's FBS checking in. Future black stepdad.
Oh.
Yo, Alan. Future black stepdad here again. You were talking about your mom dumping her boobs out. I gotta say, they're real and they're spectacular. Yeah!
By the way...
All right, man. See you at Thanksgiving.
By the way, I like the implication that I don't know that my mom's boobs are real. He had to tell me that.
I gotta tell
Alan, you might not know this. Your mom's boobs are 110% real. Oh, great, thanks.
I'm not sure I know if my mom's are.
You'd know if your mom had implants.
How?
What do you mean, how? She would have been in the hospital for a couple of days back then.
Maybe she was and didn't tell me. I don't know.
Oh.
I haven't lived there for a long time, man.
Honey, I'm having rhinoplasty.
Yeah, right.
She pretended she broke her arm so the sling would cover her chest. And
were you always so chesty, Mother?
Yeah. I genuinely don't know what kind of rack my mom has. Like, My mom was somebody who wouldn't leave the house until she was like done up. Like I've never in my life seen my mother ever. Sweatshirt, jeans, hair in a ponytail. That's not my mom, right?
Really?
That's kind of how my first wife was. She did not leave until she was like done up, right? Didn't have to be like she was going to the prom, but like hair, makeup, clothes. Yeah.
Wow.
My mom did not. My mom's very big on appearances. It's how I grew up. She's very big on that. And my therapist has gone over all that stuff with me over the years. My mom's very into appearances. It's why she was trying to keep all of her children in line, right? She didn't want anybody to get the idea that her children were not the best behaved humans on the planet. That was paramount importance to my mom.
I can understand that.
Front pew in church, that kind of stuff, right?
Oh.
Those aren't the things that occur to you as a child, but like as I got older, I go, oh, we were on display. Oh, I see. And I don't, not in any kind of contentious way. I love my mom. I just realize now that it was a very big deal to her. And I don't know where that comes from. I guess maybe she'd have to figure that out. But, yeah, my mom, never once did I ever see my mom with a hair out of place. Not once. I mean, you know, maybe when I was like little and she was around the house like vacuuming or something like that. But like if we were out of the house, never, ever. That's why my mom was the MILF when I was growing up. Because all my friends' moms, I mean, my mom's a lovely woman too, but I mean, in addition to, you know, that, she just presented herself very, very well. And she's tall and she's, you know, but like I've never seen I don't think my mom owns sneakers. You know what I mean?
Really?
Yeah. Always had her nails done, like longish nails. Always nails done.
My
the whole
mom
thing.
was
You're
always.
just making this guy want your mom more.
You know what, Kat? Shut up. One more.
You see him at Thanksgiving.
FBS.
D.
Ugh.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I am. I really am. I went about that all wrong, didn't I? Now he's listening, and he's like, oh, now I
Taking
gotta
notes.
get out. Yeah, he is.
Always gussied up.
Mm-hmm.
Looking to hang out with older dudes.
Right. I got another message from Roger. He's one of our bureau chiefs in the greater Buffalo area. Hey, man, already a new Lindy Korn commercial.
Yes.
You know, Lindy Korn is the human resources lawyer, like a discrimination lawyer. And I love playing her commercials. They run them on Buffalo television. And then she has these. I like it because the scenarios that she presents are getting more outlandish. But she tags all of them with, sound familiar? Call me. It's kind of become a kind of a running joke. But she clearly does good work out there in Buffalo.
My client was in sales and a top performer and was up for a promotion. But when his supervisor found out that he was gay and HIV positive, he never got the promotion. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Right. Okay. So just because you didn't get the promotion doesn't necessarily mean that it's because your manager found out that you were gay and had AIDS.
HIV.
Did she say HIV?
HIV.
Oh, I was thinking yeah, I'm sorry.
See, I was going to say like
Phil. It sounds like she saw Philadelphia the night before with Tom Hanks and had to cut a commercial the next day and didn't have a real scenario for the commercial. So she was like, oh boy, a client of mine was disbarred.
His name was Tom.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if you're the guy that relates to and you're like, yeah, go on. Damn it, I have full-blown AIDS.
Or that obviously she doesn't say names or anything like that, but people can kind of put two and two together. Imagine it's a guy who never came out to his family or friends. He's married, he's got 2 kids, and he's just clicking around, and here he lands on, there's a show on WGRZ in Buffalo that he wants. Nobody knows that he's hired Lindy Korn. He's just clicking around. Hey, honey, get in here. Wheel is starting up. I know how much you love that Ryan Seacrest. Let's see what else is on.
My client was in sales and a top performer and was up for a promotion. But when his supervisor found out that he was gay and HIV positive, he never got the promotion.
He's like,
no.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
When my client...
Honey, weren't you just up for a promotion? That sounds a lot like at work. What happened to you?
No,
Not me.
No. honey.
Gay?
I love you.
Nuts?
Breast, vagina, all of it. He's like Ted Knight. All of a sudden, yeah, Monroe. Yeah, good. Oh, Lindy Korn, you are a delight. You are fantastic. One of these days, word's gonna get around, and I'm gonna get an email from her office, and it's either gonna be, hey, cease and desist, or if you'd like me to, I'm thinking of opening a satellite office. She should come in and give Misney a run for his money.
Thanks for all the free promo, Alan.
Well, yeah, and I love Tim Misney, but he really has gotten to the point now. There's a billboard near Progressive Field when I'm coming into work this morning. You know, it just says in giant letters, Misney.
Yep.
That's what it is now. He's like Madonna. He's like Cher. He doesn't need the eyebrows. He doesn't need you know what I do. He's way past I'll make them pay.
Doesn't even need the Tim.
Misney. They did a tour of his place. It's called Misneyland, and I guess I never really dug in. I haven't spoken to him in a long time, but I just thought that his place, Misneyland, was just that he had like a really nice house with a gate and an M, and he called it Misneyland. But somebody did some walkthrough. He has a frigging compound, this guy. He's on like acres and acres and acres of property. I'm like, oh, wow. Good for this guy.
And that's surprising, though, right?
No, it's not at all. I guess I just didn't realize the scope of it. You know,
he is
that the hype is real. No, I didn't doubt that at all. I just didn't realize the scope of it. But this new billboard just says Misney. I'm like, man, good for you. I want one of those for this show. It just says Cox. You know? Hey. Okay, I got a break. Hey, actor-comedian Jeremy Piven. He was on the show a few days back. He is doing a show in 6 days. He's going to be at the Agora. He's been doing clubs and theaters for a while now, so he's bringing his stand-up tour to Cleveland. He's a Midwest boy. He's from Chicago. And so he'll know the lay of the land. You want to go see him? I got one more pair of tickets for you to check his show out next Thursday night. Jeremy Piven at the Agora. Be caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio. Our iHeartRadio Music Awards are back. Live Monday night on Fox.
Celebrating the music and artists you've loved listening to all year on iHeartRadio.
Performing live.
Bad Bunny.
Billie Eilish.
Glorilla.
Kenny Chesney.
Money Long.
Nelly.
And your host, LL Cool J.
Are you guys ready to have some fun tonight? Plus, iHeart Innovator Award recipient Lady Gaga.
iHeart Icon Award recipient Mariah Carey.
iHeart Breakthrough Award recipient Gracie Abrams.
And we're celebrating iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, with an exclusive television performance from the opening night show of her historic Eras Tour.
complain about something? Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
She had excuses and she chose to use them. She was a victim of unspeakable abuses. Her husband was violent, malicious, and distant. Her kids now belong to the state of Massachusetts. They've been taken away. They've been taken
Wait, Dropkick Murphys is from Massachusetts?
You didn't know? I mean, they let you know on occasion.
I thought they were from Nevada.
No.
Oh, come on.
Have you ever heard an interview with them?
Actually, I never have. Are they like,
There would be no
wicked tits?
surprise. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. No, I haven't.
Dude, we're the Dropkick Murphys, kid. We're out here rocking and rolling on St. Patrick's Day, dude.
You know, I was talking to our buddy Mark Nolan this morning. He's going to be in Boston for He's going to see Dropkick Murphys.
Is he really?
He bought a car that's waiting for him in Boston. So he's flying to Boston and driving the car back, but he's going to see Dropkick Murphys. I'm like, wow, Boston over St. Patty's Day weekend. I've never been. I've been to Boston a handful of times. Never been there over St. Patty's Day weekend.
It's great, man.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
It's a freaking party.
I'm sure it is.
Patty.
It's
a huge party, dude.
Yeah, but by the way, speaking of, hey, I didn't know that. When my future black stepdad called and left me that message, let me find it for you. They played it before the break. This son of a bitch.
Yo, Alan, future black stepdad here again. You were talking about your mom dumping her boobs out. I gotta say, they're real and they're spectacular. Yeah! All right, man.
Right. Okay, so all these
See you at
people.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, right. All these people are texting me, I can't believe you didn't catch us from Seinfeld. You have the temerity to assume that I didn't catch they're real and they're spectacular from Seinfeld. Of course I did. But I also assume that everyone else knows that too, by the way.
What, were you supposed to point it out?
Well, the show.
Oh, you mean from Seinfeld.
Well, but also, like, the show, I appreciate people trying to help me out, but trust, I mean, I know. But also, the show itself has been, like, off the air for almost 30 years. So by this point, they're real and they're spectacular, I assume, is well documented as being from Seinfeld.
It's just part of pop culture at a certain point.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Alan, I thought your mom walked around naked. How do you not? Yeah, I was a kid. I wasn't staring at a rack. Like, I listen, truth be told, I think my mom's probably got, like, regular boobs, right? Not small, not huge. She's probably got, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know my mom's bra size.
You want to call and ask her?
I don't know, honey. I'd have to go look.
Be like that.
It's been so long since I bought one.
Oh, God. No, those aren't the kind of conversations that, you know.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No need to have that conversation.
I think one of my gentleman callers might have been flossing with it the other night. Let me go find. Let me go see.
It's going to be one of those. I'm like, oh, God, Mom. I guess I do need to text my mom. I haven't texted my mom since February the 21st. And I don't want it to be a full month where I haven't conversed with my mom. Thing is, though, is it's going to be one of my siblings is going to blow up my spot. I know that. My brother watches the show pretty frequently. They would be like, oh, Ellen was talking about your boobs. And so then it's going to be one of those. I don't know. Maybe not. That's okay. It's a conversation that can be had.
I mean, she knows this is what you do for a living. So would there be a large amount of surprise, or would she just be like, oh, Alan?
Well, it would probably be, oh, Alan. Yeah. She'd probably chuckle about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
She'd probably be like, I'll tell you. But whatever.
Alan was talking about your boobs, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
Rat.
In the background, I hear the guy. I hear a guy back there going,
yeah,
man. Mom, who was that?
Nobody.
You'll find out on Thanksgiving, dear.
Who was that? Nobody. It's nobody. Mom. Click.
You'll find out on Thanksgiving, Alan.
Cavalier's in Memphis tonight. Anything at the Rocket Arena happening tonight, by the way? Is there
I don't know.
An event or something? A lot of times I'm so surprised when I leave work and it's full of people downtown walking over there because I'm like, Cavs aren't in town.
Well, you just forget how well the Monsters draw, right?
Yes.
I was stuck in more traffic, I think, for them. Oh, yeah, the MAC is here this weekend.
Oh, that's what it is. I saw
MAC tournament.
When I was leaving last night, I saw like all these people. They had like different school shirts on. I was like, what the hell is going on? That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's the first and second rounds of the men's
there you
basketball
go.
championship.
I don't pay attention to that. But the Cavs are in Memphis tonight to play the Grizzlies. One of these teams are bound to beat the Cavaliers. And so it might be Memphis tonight.
Oh, I misspoke. The MAC tournament is going on now. The first two rounds of the basketball championship tournament is the 21st to the 23rd. So it's 2 weekends of March Madness stuff.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure I was correct.
Thank you.
I'll get
Cavs,
corrected.
Grizzlies tonight, 8 o'clock on your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. 100.7 WMMS.
Love that pause.
And 7:30 pregame. Mike from Parma, not the Mike from Parma, but another Mike from Parma emailed me. And he goes, this just popped up in my Facebook memories for today. Channel 5 over there, WEWS. 1 year ago, after Jennifer Lopez canceled her tour because she didn't realize people weren't buying tickets and she had scheduled this whole arena tour. And Channel 5 a year ago on Facebook posted, oh no, J-Lo, a no-go at Romo Fio.
That's so great.
Yeah, it was fun while it lasted. Email from Eric. He's in Sarver, Pennsylvania, lovingly referred to as Pennsyltucky. You know, a lot of people down there in Streetsboro, and I was at Chuggers last night. They call it Streetstucky down there. Alan, that story about Gene Hackman reminded me of the previous owners of our property. When my parents were looking for property, they found an old farm with an old farmhouse and a nice plot of land. They got it pretty cheap, and they were going to renovate the house. When they had the guy in to get an estimate to run electric to the house, they learned a couple things. First, he said it wasn't going to be feasible to save the house. The second thing they learned was the reason it was so cheap is that the past owners lived there until they died, and their bodies were found several weeks after their deaths. Now, this is where it gets a little weird. I don't know. This sounds more like an urban legend than anything else. The husband was seated at the kitchen table, which was set for dinner. His wife was on the floor behind him. The police thought she fell while making dinner and scalded herself with boiling water. The husband died sitting, waiting for her to bring his dinner. You're going to sit there and die while you're waiting for her to bring you dinner? I mean, that part sounds... A lot of people locally, of course, claim that they both haunted the place.
Oh, Betty, get up. Bring me the meat. Come on. You know I'm not getting up till you bring that meatloaf.
But also, we don't know the state of that guy, and that was the explanation with the Gene Hackman thing, is they're like his wife got the friggin' hantavirus, and she died a week before he did, and he was in such an advanced stage of Alzheimer's, and that was a big house they were living in, that they said the most likely thing is that he either had no idea that she was dead or did, but simply couldn't fend for himself. The whole thing's just very, very sad, the whole Gene Hackman thing. And, you know, listen, little bits of information continue to trickle out now that they've confirmed how they died. He left everything in his will to his wife. So, because the question people were asking was, how the hell does this happen where these people were not even, the guy has kids. How are they not discovered for 9 days? His daughter lives in California. She doesn't live in Finland. You know, she's 2 states over. And his daughter initially said that she hadn't talked to her dad in a while, but their relationship was fine. They weren't estranged. It doesn't sound like that's the case, man. I mean, this seems to line up with not being checked on by your kid.
Yep.
Kids not mentioned in Gene Hackman's will. He left his money to his wife. Now, here's the thing. If she's gone too, who gets it? He made his wife, this is how far back it goes, he made his wife his sole beneficiary in 1995. He's got 3 kids. He's got a son and 2 daughters. None of them are in his will.
Well, supposedly he was estranged from them for a while, but they were back in his life. Now, I don't know if that's true or if that's happening because there's $80 million
I was going to say, yeah, the guy's 98 years old and he's in advanced Alma. Oh, Dad, we should really make up for lost time. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Oh, I really want to get to know you, Dad. You know, you were gone so much during our childhood and our formative years and what's that noise? And our formative years growing up.
80 million reasons to make up.
Yeah. What is that? Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing, Dad. So anyway, how are you? What is that? I don't know what he sounded like, but, you know.
I would imagine very similar to that.
God, those last, you know, those people were rarely seen in public, him and his wife, but somebody caught a picture of them in, like, downtown Santa Fe. He was unrecognizable. He was so gaunt.
But we were just talking about him even before, like a couple of weeks before he died. We were like, man, you know who should be in the death pool is Hackman. He looks terrible. He's
Gene
old.
Hackman, yeah.
And then, little did we know, he's probably already dead when we were talking about it.
Yeah, so they said that he had died to cardiovascular disease. You know, his pacemaker stopped and all that stuff. And of course, advanced Alzheimer's disease, and which is probably why he didn't call the cops. But anyway, everybody knows the finer points of it now. Her will leaves most of her assets to him. I wonder what her assets were.
His?
That's what I'm saying. But the provision in the will says that if they died within 90 days of each other, it would be considered a simultaneous death. And in that case, her will said that her assets would go to charity.
Oh.
New Mexico is a community property state. They lived in Santa Fe. So assuming there's no prenup,
Imagine. I mean, that is just awful.
Was it 80? I don't know that I ever saw like one of those.
It was $80 million. That was his,
okay.
yeah.
That was his.
They say his net worth $80 million.
Estimated net worth.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of money. With 3 kids. I mean, there's simply no way to know how much each of them would get. But
I think we can figure that one out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's only 3 people.
Huh.
So if you've got, let's see, you've got 3 kids at 80 million. You divide 80 by 3, right?
Yeah, you would. So you start with the $80 million.
Mm-hmm.
So first you have to count out all those zeros. I mean, that's the way you're going to do it, because then you've got it. Yeah, so $80 million, and there's 3 of them.
Thousands.
So 3 goes into. Let's start with the single integers. 3 goes into 8, 4 times.
Thousand.
So they would each get. So $80 million. They would each get
$43.50.
They would each get. I think they'd each get $30 million. They'd each get $45 million. There are 3 kids, $80 million. They'd
How
each
did
get
I
45.
get 30? Wait a minute.
I think that's how it breaks out. $80 million. Carry the 6. I'm doing this in my head. And there's.
This doesn't make any sense. I got to start over. Yeah.
Well, here's what's tripping us up. They wouldn't get equal amounts. One would get $70 million. The other 2 would have to split 10.
That makes sense
Yeah,
if it's
I think
split
that's
evenly.
Yeah. But I don't know if they had any religious leanings. I don't know if they believed in an afterlife or anything like that. That would be interesting.
I guess I got to get the calculator.
To find out how his children are going to break that up.
80 million divided by 3 equals 20. Oh, Jesus. This is bad, Alan.
Yeah.
26, 666, 666.6 is how much money they will be receiving. Tell me that's not a problem. Oh, my.
Gene Hackman's down here with me, guys.
Oh. 26.666.
Wow. Wow. And on Pi Day, no less.
Holy cow.
Good grief.
Satan strikes again, boy.
Guess so.
That would explain his head tattoo.
Gene Hackman's head tattoo?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Well, okay. Hello?
Hey.
You know who this is?
I sure do. My pal.
What?
I don't know if we've ever talked, but I used to hear you on the radio all the time, and I was a big fan.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. This goes to Gene Hackman.
Oh.
I'm the ghost of Gene Hackman, man.
Oh, good. How you doing?
Oh, I'm all right.
I thought you were somebody else. My apologies.
What?
I thought you were somebody else. I apologize.
Oh, I know. I'm the ghost of Gene Hackman.
So how's things? You sound a little bit different.
How? Who sounds different? I sound different?
Just a little from your normal.
We've never talked before. I don't know how can I possibly sound different.
No, I don't mean on the phone. I just mean in particular. From your films, I assumed you would have sounded a little deeper.
Oh, because I'm Gene Hackman, right?
Because you're Gene Hackman.
Yeah, I do sound different, don't I? There's a lot of helium in heaven.
Okay. Oh,
yeah, it's weird.
Makes sense because everything floats, right?
Yeah. Hey, man, remember me in Crimson Tide? Oh, that was a good movie, wasn't it?
I was a big fan of you in The Birdcage, actually.
Oh, The Birdcage, that was a good one too, man. Yeah.
That was.
That was pretty good.
I think that was my favorite of all of your roles, really. Just because you never expect to see the legendary Gene Hackman in drag, and my God, that was so funny.
Dragon?
No.
I didn't play a dragon.
No, in drag and. I'm sorry.
in drag
I don't speak clearly.
That's all right. I'm freshly dead, so my ears, well, first, they don't exist. But second,
Freshly dead.
It's hard to figure out what's going on, man.
And I'm kind of nervous. I've never talked to anybody as big as you.
A dead celebrity? Is that what you're trying to... You can
No.
say it, man. You can say dead celebrity.
I don't want to say dead. I just want to say that you're a massive celebrity, and it's an honor to speak with you, especially now.
I was a lot less massive at the end, man. I was like 90 pounds.
Yeah, I
it was
read the
bad.
details of your passing. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. There's no more pain now, man. No more pain. Hey, remember when I played Lex Luthor in Superman?
I do. I do, yeah. You were fantastic. So are you?
Thank you so much.
Are you with Christopher Reeve now?
No, I haven't seen him. Well, this is a really, really big place.
Oh.
So I haven't really made it all the way around yet. He might be up here. I don't know.
Boy, you guys, I mean, that would be so great if you got back together and ran lines. I mean, that'd be so much fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I don't think they have cocaine up here, though.
No. The
Sorry?
lines from the film. If you were to run lines from the film.
Oh, run lines.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said blow lines. I'm sorry. Hey, man, remember when I was in the Royal Tenenbaums? Remember that movie? Man, I was really good in that, man.
You were really, you were fantastic
Remember
in
when
that.
I was in that?
It was such a good movie.
Yeah. That was me.
What about
Gene
Hoosiers?
Hackman.
How
Oh,
about Hoosiers? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. People would come up to me and they'd say, hey, who's your buddy? I go, oh, ha, ha, ha.
You sound so much like someone I know. I'm so sorry that I confused you in the beginning.
People tell me I sound like Dustin Hoffman. He and I were really good friends, but he's still alive, so...
Yeah, so it can't be him.
No, it ain't him, man. I'm sorry. I don't know who I remind you of, but I'm Gene Hackman. I'm the late Gene Hackman. Academy Award winner.
Academy Award winning.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? I think
Hey, man,
it's...
remember when I was in the French Connection?
I do. I was actually thinking that that's maybe where I heard this voice of yours before. It was either that or the Poseidon Adventure, maybe.
Oh, yeah, I had to shove Shelley Winter's fat butt through that duct. I remember that. We were all upside down. Oh, God. She farted the whole time, too, man.
Really?
Yeah, she was a big farter, Shelley Winters. Yeah. Hey, man, remember when I did that movie with Ray Romano? All right, I gotta go, man. I'm gonna see if Christopher Reeve is up here. See if that guy's running around now. See if
Oh.
Wow.
Just called to talk about his filmography. That was...
It's so weird. You know what? It's like, it's so strange. Isn't that the way these people, when they're alive, they're so reticent to really go over their credits, right? They
Yeah.
feel like it's... They feel like it's unbecoming a celebrity of their stature. But boy, afterwards, they just can't shut up.
But when you spoke with him when he was alive, when you had that interview with him, he didn't even remember the name of the movie that you were talking about.
Right, that's right.
And now, boy, it almost just flooded back.
Under suspicion, and he goes, oh, right, I just didn't remember the name.
I remember the film, I just didn't remember the name.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
crazy. Hey, want to go see the band Bayside. They are celebrating 25 years as a band. They're doing 2 nights at the House of Blues. It's Friday, April 4th, Saturday, April 5th. Both nights, they're covering different albums. So 2 completely different set lists on the Errors Tour is what they're calling it. Ticketmaster.com with all the details on the show. I've got a pair for you for that second night. So it's Saturday, April 5 at the House of Blues to see Bayside. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey told me he wants to make a big announcement. Go ahead.
Think one of our salespeople might be engaged.
Are you kidding me?
There's a balloon on the person's desk.
You saw a balloon in the sales area when you said, I have an announcement to make. Who do you think it is?
I would probably venture to say, I think it could be Curtis.
Curtis?
Our sales guy? It could be one of the ladies. Who knows? I just don't, like I said, I don't know who exactly the person is. But like I said, whoever that person is, congratulations.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Always the best deals, always the best value.
Hey, it's Rob. Boost Mobile built America's newest 5G network and made it easier than ever to switch. And when you do, you can get a free Galaxy A15 5G. Need to hook up the whole family? Well, with Boost Mobile, you can get 4 unlimited lines and 4 free 5G phones for only $100 a month. To switch, head to your local Boost Mobile store today and get your free Galaxy A15 5G or 4 unlimited lines and 5G phones for $100 a month. New customers only. Requires auto pay and ID verification. Other restrictions apply. See participating dealers for details.
This Saturday, get to Southeast Harley and get lucky.
Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
From the all-new Avon Lake Ram Studios, we say yes.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Heads, fish, heads, roly-poly fish, heads, fish, heads, fish, heads, eat them up, yum. Fish, heads, roly-poly fish, heads, fish, heads, fish, heads, eat them up, yum.
In the morning, laughing happy fish heads. In the evening, floating in the soup.
Fish, heads, roly-poly fish, heads, fish, heads, eat them up, yum.
Ask a fish head anything you want to. They won't answer. They can't.
This is why I'm not invited to Lenten fish fries, because I walk in with Barnes and Barnes playing on an old school boombox. I hold it over my head, John Cusack style, and it gets everybody mad. Everybody goes nuts in Northeast Ohio for the fish fry.
I don't get that, dude.
Really?
Yeah, I don't understand. Why?
I mean, it might be, I don't know that if it's a Midwest thing. I mean, it was no different where I grew up. I mean, fish fries are a huge, huge deal. It never really scratched me where I itch. I mean, I'll get down with fish and chips as much as the next guy, but people that like wait in big long lines and make a big, I mean, out of all the things that get done as far as like menus go, it's not the worst.
It has to be a Midwest. I've never heard of a fish fry until I moved here. And
well, it's because you guys take seafood for granted. You guys are lobster rolls and all that kind of stuff in New England, right? It's probably not a big deal in general.
Well, then you would think if the fish was breathing that morning that was on your plate that evening,
Yeah.
you would think that it would be a bigger deal then.
I mean, Boston's that's a Catholic town.
Yeah. Again, we would just get fish and chips. We'd go out and have whatever. I've never heard of this.
The Catholic churches around you didn't have like
Never.
Friday fish fry. Really?
Nope.
Well,
Never heard of it.
I didn't think that was a regional thing. Everybody around here, churches, Prosperity Social Club is where we used to go when we lived in Tremont.
Everywhere.
I mean, you can drive up the Catholic church near where I live. We don't even go there, but if you want to, you can put an order in and drive up and pay for fish and chips or whatever on Friday.
Never heard of anything or seen anything quite like that, to
Really?
be quite honest. Yeah, no. There's a friend of a friend does this show on Facebook. Her and her dad eat fish and fried, fish and chips, whatever, fish fry.
Where
thing.
does she live?
I think out in that area, Medina area.
Oh, in Northeast Ohio. Okay.
Yeah. And it's her and her dad, and they go to these places, and they're like, oh, that one was really good, wasn't it? Yeah, it was great. And they do like a whole thing, and they have a following. I don't understand. Is it lake fish, or are you eating like cod, frozen cod? Do you know? Is it different everywhere?
I think it's everywhere. It's different. I mean, like I said, it was exactly the same growing up in Illinois, especially growing up Catholic. I mean, we didn't go to a lot of fish fries, but it was like I grew up Catholic. And so it was because there's a Cleveland fish fry app. You sent me this. I don't think I would have seen this. The Cleveland fish fry app will tell you where you can go. And this is kind of what we had when I was growing up. They were like, oh, if you're on the far north side, go to the Fish Keg. If you're on the south side, you go to Hagen's, or you go to, they would just tell you whatever neighborhood you were in, this is where you should go. Outside of like the churches that did it.
That's what I'm saying.
Because my parish did it too.
I don't understand it. I don't know why it's such a big deal.
I mean,
here.
you know how delicious fish and chips are.
I do.
Yeah.
But again, I ordered fish and chips someplace when I first moved here, and I will never do that again. Unless I know.
Why is that?
Because it just said fish fry or whatever, and I was like, oh, it must be cod, and I got like perch or something.
Well, perch, walleye, and cod are usually that's your, if you will, holy trinity of your Lenten fish fries. Your perch, your walleye, your cod.
That's not for me. I never knew anything other than cod.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I think I was surprised by it, in the sense that if you have an overabundance of something, you would think that it would be a bigger deal there.
Mm-hmm.
And it just wasn't. Like, it's a huge thing here. Yeah, the thing that she has on that show she does, it's called Fridays with Daddy. F-R-Y.
Daddy?
Days
It's
with
her
Daddy.
dad?
Her dad.
Why Daddy?
I don't know, but that's just what it's called.
Oh,
And they
I
post,
love grown women who call their father Daddy.
They post these videos. See, they're like in the car.
So weird.
And they eat fish, and he has like they talk about the good ones and the bad ones, and
yeah,
I mean that's great. I just still don't understand what makes it such a big deal here.
I am Tata, not Daddy.
Oh, my
Do not
bad.
ever call me Tata.
Sorry.
We fry fish in one of our 2 kitchens. We have a fish kitchen and a meat kitchen. Katarina knows this. Katarina, pop quiz. Which kitchen is fish kitchen?
Basement, because of smell.
You know, fish kitchen was my... When we were dating, that was my nickname for your mother. Oh, no.
All right. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
Let me put your father on the phone. He'll tell you.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem. Again, I don't really, the whole fish fry thing, I guess it's just always, growing up Catholic, growing up in the Midwest, I guess it was just always around. I never gave it a second thought, whether or not we went to them.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I don't.
You didn't know how big of a deal it was.
I was shocked when I first moved here. I remember sitting in a meeting.
Well, then what do they do during Lent in New England?
Yeah, is that
we just
a
don't
thing
eat
here?
We just don't eat meat on Fridays.
But you're eating fish.
Yeah.
They don't have fish fries in New England?
No. Like we would go and get, like, my mom wouldn't want to fry fish, so we'd go and she'd make baked cod, or she'd whatever. You know what I mean? There was always, we'd have lobster, we'd have scallops, or whatever. There was always something. And I understand that's not the way that it would be done here, because you can't get all that stuff fresh.
Here's a Reddit post. When I moved from Missouri to, quote, oh-so-Catholic Boston, I was absolutely shocked that the fish fry is not a thing in Boston. That's weird.
I've never heard of it.
That's crazy. I would not have realized that either.
And like, you could, I mean,
because
everybody...
it's usually based in Catholic churches.
Yeah, but
But
if we wanted it, we would just, like, you would go to a place and say, oh, it's Friday, we're not going to eat meat. Let's get fish and chips.
Or
let's get the clam platter.
Yeah!
That was my nickname in high school, too.
Clam platter. Yeah.
But that was it. That's why I was so shocked when I came here, because I'd never seen it. And I understand the meaning behind it. And
wait, so when you said I'll never do that again, because they made it a big deal, or because why?
No, I think it was just, I was expecting one thing and had another. Have you ever reached over and grabbed a glass that you thought was water and it's orange juice?
Sure.
That's what happened to me when I ordered the fish and chips.
God, no, I just brushed my teeth too. God, this is terrible.
It wasn't. It could have just been a place that I had it that was no good. But when you're expecting like a nice thick piece of cod,
nice piece of fish,
a nice piece of fish,
and they gave you like
whatever it was a very thin fillet of something.
By the way, I will say that I love seafood. I'll have all kinds, but I don't have the kind of palate that would go, boy, I could really go for cod instead of perch. I'm sure they're very different, but to me, it's like if you're going to deep fry them, I don't care what's in there.
It tastes completely different.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I don't know that I would know. If you put one of each in front of me, they go, which is which? I go, I have no idea.
But cod doesn't really have much of a, I mean, it's a white fish, right? So all of those white fish have a similar taste. Haddock, and if you get pollock or any of those.
Does New England, do they veer at all more in the clam direction?
For what?
No, I'm
For
saying
what?
like fried clams. I mean, is that more of a thing than fish fry, or you're just saying you can go get fish? They just don't. It's not a thing.
It's not a thing. It's not called anything. It's like there's definitely no churches doing it. It's like,
wow.
You would just go to a restaurant and say, okay, can I have fish and chips tonight? Because I'm not going to eat a burger.
I wonder why that is. Maybe it's coastal cities rather than landlocked Midwestern. I mean, Chicago's not landlocked. Neither is Cleveland, and they're huge here.
Or maybe a big deal that you have fish on the week. I don't know. Fresh fish, it's a thing. Come on, let's have it. I don't know. I really don't know why it's so big. Kennedy told me, like, I had to sit through a meeting once. They were doing this for the news talk station. They were talking about, like, I spent 20 minutes listening to them talk about creating a page and getting all of the information to list all these fish fries. And I'm like, I felt like I was in a fever dream.
This says fish fries, because of the strong Catholic roots, are a big tradition, especially in the Midwest and Northeastern United States. But they began technically, or they're considered to have begun in Wisconsin, because there were a ton of like German, Polish Catholics and things like that. Like my wife is 110% Polish. So her dad is like living it up during Lent. They're going to fish fries all the time.
That's what I'm saying. That's what this whole fish fried days, whatever it is with Daddy. I don't know why or what makes it such a big thing here. And I guess I was just surprised that it wasn't a big thing where I was.
Because we had them in Pittsburgh, and I've always considered Pittsburgh to be like where the Midwest becomes the East Coast. We always had big fish fries when I lived in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, never heard of them until I moved here. Again, I have nothing against it.
Right.
I just it was odd for me. Like you would think a place that has an overabundance of seafood would have something like that.
I wonder where it starts. So here we are. I'm looking at the bureau chief map.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Mm-hmm.
We had them in Pittsburgh. You don't have them in Massachusetts.
Or Connecticut or Rhode Island.
Okay, I wonder if they start in Philly. This is where our bureau chiefs have to kick in and let us know. Where does the fish fry start?
Philly would make sense.
I bet they have them in Philly.
Maybe they don't. It could, because I mean, listen, I consider 100%. I consider Philly just what it's on its own. It's us. We own that.
Okay.
That's East Coast. So,
well, it is East Coast, yeah.
But so then it's not going to have the same Midwest philosophy.
Philly's kind of more New England than Pennsylvanian.
For sure.
Is the way I think of Philadelphia.
Huh. Yeah,
I don't know.
It is. We should definitely have people weigh in so we can find out. Like, if you're in Buffalo, do you have fish fries? Rochester, do you have fish fries? If you're in Vermont, well, no, I know there's none in Vermont.
My client was a female machinist, and people came up and said, "Is it Friday? I smell fish. Sound familiar?" Call the law offices of Lindy Korn. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you. What's going on, Bill?
Rob.
Hey, man.
Rob, hate the show also. Just wanted to tell you that back in the day, I've been born and raised here. Back in the day in Catholic schools, the top three fundraisers were the collection basket on Sundays, bingo Friday night,
yeah,
and then the famous Lenten fish fry. And that's where, before gambling and all that good stuff, that's what the Catholic Church raises money.
Yeah, because they'd give you,
then,
you'd get the styrofoam clamshell, and they'd give you like some cod and some fries, and it was like $6 or something.
Absolutely.
Oh, it was served in a specific dish?
You go to the church.
Yeah, you get one of those
hall,
styrofoam takeout clamshell things.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It would be lined with foil, right, Bill? And you'd have a slab of cod and some a plastic ramekin of tartar sauce, and then you'd have crinkle cut fries, and then you'd take it with
right.
you. Yep.
Crinkle
cuts. The 95-year-old grandma
Yes.
in her little hairnet giving the cod to you.
My grandmother was like the woman who basically ran the kitchen at her parish, like well into her 90s. She was the grande dame of the kitchen at St. Mary's Parish in Oregon, Illinois. And up until just a few years before she died, she was still running the kitchen, and she was in charge of the whole fish fry operation. She was like, she was the Paul Sorvino in the kitchen in prison in Goodfellas of
Thin slicing the garlic.
Yeah, so it'd melt in the pan. She was running that kitchen like Paulie for the Lenten fish fry.
So what kind of fish were they using at your church? Do you know?
Rob, if you look to your north, we have the biggest walleye perch lake in the world.
I know that, smart ass. I was just asking.
Sorry.
If it was
Rob.
I know different places do different things. I've seen it on the menus here.
Sorry, Rob. I went to Boston a couple of times, and they don't like people walking around with Browns or Indians.
The more affluent,
Guardians
the more
stuff on.
affluent parishes, Rob, they're serving Mako shark on Friday fish fries. All right, thank you, Bill. I appreciate it. There's Bill.
All right, so now I know everything is walleye and perch, so I will change my expectations the next time I have order fried fish.
Yeah.
Here.
Or just, okay. That's okay, too. Manage your expectations is what you're saying.
I'll say lower them, but that's cool.
Lower
you
them.
can say manage them. Yeah.
Lower them.
Yeah.
Carrie is in Hamburg, New York. That's suburban Buffalo. Yeah, Carrie?
Yep, we're in the southern tier of Buffalo.
Is it Hamburg or Hamburg?
Hamburg?
Hamburg.
Allegedly, we invented the hamburger, but I don't buy it.
All right. Well, the people of Hot Dog, Nevada would like to have a conversation with you over the 4th of July. Okay,
Right,
so
right.
are they doing the fish fries in Buffalo?
Oh, yeah. And we do haddock or we do cod.
All right, so that's what Rob's talking about?
What about that big body of water to your north?
It's the same body of water.
I
It's
know.
still Lake Erie, yeah.
Can't imagine why they would use haddock and cod.
They're everywhere.
Well, haddock and cod
They're
is
everywhere.
what's coming up on the shores here, though. Not further up towards Buffalo and in Erie and, I don't know.
No, you're saying walleye and perch is what's on the shore.
Oh,
here.
yeah. Sorry. Okay, but Buffalo, it's a big different fish, but a big deal, Carrie?
Huge deal.
Yeah.
Huge deal. Like people, like you were saying, Alan, people stand in line to get them, right, at the different churches, Knights of Columbus,
Yeah.
Boy Scout troops do them, volunteer fire stations. It's a bit much.
They're big
It's
fundraisers,
wonderful.
that's why. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Yeah, huge fundraiser.
Are you headed to one tonight,
Mhm.
Carrie?
Yeah.
She's calling me from the car line right now. She's like,
Oh my God, I for real am.
It's like, I got $17 right here in the glove box.
I need 2
Right, and I'll
walleye,
take
3 perch.
macaroni.
Take what?
I got to get macaroni. I got to get macaroni salad instead of the potato salad. So I got to come early.
That
I'm
is
no
a
fool.
that is a quality substitution.
Did
boy.
you hear that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So you don't have fries with it?
No.
You can,
No.
but can't you get?
Coleslaw, you can.
Yeah.
You 100% can. So
Yep.
you get coleslaw.
Yeah.
And then you get a pick of a side.
Yep.
Macaroni salad, potato salad, French fries, but not a lot of French fries around here with the fish fries. It's
You get
usually
to pick
potato
a
salad
side?
And
macaroni
and what's that run you? Like a cool $7.99 or what?
salad. Yeah, right.
How much?
Yeah, right. Anywhere between $15 to $20.
Whoa! I did not. Well, these churches are living high on the hog, boy.
Listen,
I
it is
know.
cod and haddock in Buffalo.
Wow.
So I do understand that you got to charge a little more, but Jesus.
I don't think the
Correct.
hometown
Correct.
namesake wings will cost you that much, is they?
Raking it in for Jesus.
I guess so.
It's
boy.
also pretty impressive that
Listen,
you have.
Jesus doesn't mess around with fundraisers.
No.
Or fish.
Putting the
apparently.
fun in fundraising.
For real.
The fact that you guys have an option for a side.
I know.
Like
I
it's
know.
literally
I know.
us,
We're
fish and
classy
chips.
here.
Oh, you don't want those? Tough.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, you like it
No,
or bite
we're
it.
classy.
Like it or lump it.
Here's what it comes with, kid. Eat it.
All right, good. Thank you,
Yeah.
Carrie. Bon appetit.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
So we've
there
got
you go.
Buffalo off the list.
I've got Bill in South Jersey. He's Philly adjacent.
Alan.
Hello, Bill.
How you guys doing today?
Good, man.
So there isn't really a lot in the way of fish fries in Philadelphia. They exist, but they're few and far between. Ones I've gone to in the past have actually been at something called the Yuki Club, which is Ukrainian.
Yeah.
But rather than being Catholic, it's not really directly connected to the church, but it's more Orthodox than it is Catholic there.
Sure.
But, yeah, it's interesting. I just looked to see when their fish fry is, and they don't have one listed for this year, but on Monday they are going to have a pig roast for St. Patty's Day. So go figure that.
The St. Patty's Day pig roast. Yeah, all right. Okay, good. Thank you, Bill.
See you. Take care.
All
So
right,
we
there's-
know it didn't really make it to Philly. That's
Didn't
where it
make
starts to
Philly.
die.
Went up to Buffalo.
Yeah.
Rochester probably does it.
So, and you're saying it started in Wisconsin.
Well, some people attribute it at least smack dab Midwest.
And you had it in
Wisconsin.
Illinois.
We had it in Chicago. Yeah, Illinois. Yeah. I just figured that any place where I just figured churches did it Catholic churches did it everywhere.
I wanna get this. I want to triangulate fish fry
Right.
on this map. Like, do they do it in Iowa? Do they do it in Kansas? Anybody, wherever you're from, shoot a text. Alan, what's the text line?
Woody 35192. Woody is from Iowa. Did they do them in Iowa, Woody?
Fish fries were
the thing to do.
So Iowa's on the list.
That's still Midwest. I think anywhere Midwest is probably you're doing it.
Well, let me speak for Western Iowa particularly because that's how I was from, that small town. But my hometown was like literally 90% Catholic. The Catholic high school had more students in it than the public high school did.
Yeah.
But yeah, you couldn't swing a cat without hitting a fish fry on a Friday.
A Catholic.
Poor cat's getting swung around looking for fish fries.
But
I was
Rob,
imagining a real cat, like just swinging like a bat.
So yeah, Rob was just talking about the haddock. Going a little off topic. When I was in London, when I was in England, the authentic fish and chip shops. Instead of just going to the pubs, but there's actually like storefronts with a plain blue and white sign that says fish and chips.
Oh yeah.
With the greasy newspaper, the whole original deal. But man, the haddock, with the chips and the grease is just running everywhere. It was like just some of the best. England's not known for its food, but man, I'll eat fish and chips all day long. At a fish and chip shop.
Okay, thank you, Woody. There you go. There's Woody taking us down. Let me go to Dolly very quickly. Hello, Dolly.
Hi, you go to the west side of Parma and Cleveland, and we get pierogies on Friday.
I got it. I got to add. There's
no
cheese and the sour cream. There's no meat in them pierogies. It's Friday. They don't have fish pierogies.
No. And you have to get the prune pierogies at the end, too, if you know what I mean.
No, I sure do.
I'll clear you up.
These old ladies with big balls of dough in front of them, and they have these white handkerchiefs tied on their head, and they're just sitting there hammering out pierogi after pierogi after pierogi.
Yeah, that's what the AC/DC song Big Balls was actually about. It was about the pierogies that the ladies in Northeast Ohio were. Yeah. All right. Hey, thank you, Dolly. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
There's Dolly throwing in. Okay, so there you go, Rob. We don't know. Triangulating the fish fry, we don't know.
We'll keep working on it.
Yeah.
If you ever find yourself in Rhode Island, there is a town called Woonsocket.
Yep.
And in Woonsocket, Rhode Island, there is a place called Ye Ol' English Fish and Chips. It is they serve it. She mentioned the newspapers.
Yep.
It comes out on newspaper.
This is on Main Street in Woonsocket.
Yep.
Rhode Island.
It is the best fish and chips that I've ever had in my life. They give you a gigantic chunk of cod. Oh, it's so good.
I bet they have clam strips too, don't they?
They do. Well, I mean, every place does. That's
do they have
thing.
white chowder?
Yeah. The other ones, I mean, we don't believe in the other chowders, really.
Red chowder. It's all white chowder.
New England clam chowder. That's the only way to go.
Not Manhattan clam chowder.
No.
All
the red
right.
or the white?
Oh, boy. The red or the white. Hey, I got Disturbed tickets for you. WMMS is presenting Disturbed. And my tickets all this week are for you to go with the show. That's us. We got a suite. We'd love to have you along. They're celebrating the 25th anniversary of The Sickness. They got Daughtry with them. They got Nothing More with them. And it's just a couple of weeks away. It's Monday, March 31st, last night of the month, at the Rocket Arena. You and a pal will be with us in the Buzzard Suite. Last pair of tickets to join us for that. You can go to WMMS.com to try to win if you strike out with me. You can also just buy them outright if you go to rocketarena.com. But 2 tickets here to go with the show for Disturbed for caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards are back. Live Monday night on Fox.
Celebrating the music and artists you've loved listening to all year on iHeartRadio.
Performing live.
Bad Bunny.
Billie Eilish.
Glorilla.
Kenny Chesney.
Money Long.
Nelly.
And your host, LL Cool J.
Are you guys ready to have some fun tonight? Plus, iHeart Innovator Award recipient Lady Gaga.
iHeart Icon Award recipient Mariah Carey.
iHeart Breakthrough Award recipient Gracie Abrams.
And we're celebrating iHeartRadio's Tour of the Century Award, honoring Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, with an exclusive television performance from the opening night show of her historic Eras Tour.
It's all happening live on Fox.
From the Dolby Theater in Hollywood.
Monday night, starting at 8 p.m.
And listen on iHeart radio stations across America and the free iHeart app.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Partly cloudy tonight, down to 59. Tomorrow, a chance of showers and thunderstorms. Saturday's high 70. Rain on Sunday with a high of 62.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
For supersonic furnace repair, visit Mitchell's
everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
He's been called a waste of space before, but now it's official. Alan Cox.
To occupy the city.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Whoa. Listen, man, showbiz is not an easy road. In fact, it's a hard road. And it's made even harder when your name is Tallent.
Oh, yeah.
You've got to live up to so much. I know you like lightning bolts, so I'm blowing some out for you.
This is awesome, man.
Right?
When you do a lot of radio, they don't play any music you ever want to hear. It's a lot of Hinder and Shinedown.
Hinder was just here, and I think we were roundly mocking them for being. I mean, listen, God bless, right? You got mortgages to pay and things like that. But
oh yeah, play a medley of your hit. You know?
Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Sam Tallent is back.
And
He's
I
doing the
am-
weekend at Hilarities. Tomorrow night early show sold out.
I know, but hey,
That leaves the public with only 3 for which to buy tickets.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, why not come down tonight, Friday night?
On
Everyone-
a fish fry night, you mean?
Well, hey.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Does the diocese still have this city in the palm of their hand?
Probably, but also I would imagine, given the depth and breadth of Hilarities' menu there, I bet there's plenty of fish on that menu.
Oh, for sure.
I'm sure there's probably fish sticks or something along those lines, so it doesn't have to be an either-or situation.
They have a fish nugget
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
which is kind of like floor scrapings,
Mhm.
but they sell them by the
Deep
pound.
fried floor
Yeah, they'll
scrapings.
just fill up a top hat and they bring it
Mhm.
out and they put a candle in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes got cheese all over it.
Sure,
And
I
yeah.
mean-
You have moved. I read this that last time you were here. I
In
think
what,
it
Variety?
might have been- well, yeah.
Yeah.
You moved from Colorado to Detroit,
That's
Michigan.
right. I'm just
Yeah.
like you, man.
Yeah,
I'm
good for you.
Keeping a failed city alive.
Uh-huh. Well, I had friends, I don't know if it might just be anecdotal or coincidental, but over a period of time, a bunch of my friends who had spread out, they'd gone to Seattle and LA and
Yeah.
Denver. They all converged in Denver for a couple of years, and then one by one, they're moving to Detroit. And I have to think that it's because they're getting like great spots.
I bet they're fleeing allegations.
It's not it's
That's
not
why we
costing
moved.
them a lot of money. Yeah. The allegation fleeing, people don't think about that often.
No, I mean, it's either secret family. That's a big reason to move to Detroit.
Mhm.
So you can save money on the stamp.
Yep. And a lot of crawl spaces,
Oh,
which to
my
hide
God.
people probably.
Oh, for
and those
sure.
outdoor cellars, right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
really the
Mhm.
that's for every a lot of other places when they're looking at homes are like, here's a breakfast nook. Detroit, you want the outdoor cellar.
Yeah, because that way, if your niece gets uppity, you can just lock her in there for a couple hours.
Mhm.
You can be
Rusty
like, "Hey,
padlock."
Yeah, I like to give her the Castro treatment. you
Now
know?
I don't
Either.
Astro-
Yeah, that's a Cleveland guy, right?
I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but you have an adult Cleveland State University intern with you, and I think that's fantastic that you are helping the last generation get ahead in showbiz.
I didn't have a say. It's a program through Hilarities, he told me.
Mhm.
So now he's just kind of shadowing. What's Jack? Is that it? Yeah, he's shadowing me around the city. And yeah, I mean, hopefully he learns some stuff.
And how has the shadowing been going? Sam casts a prodigious one.
A smaller and smaller one, though. I'm on fat guy medication.
Oh, are you taking the Ozempic?
I'm on Manjaro.
Oh, now what's the difference?
Well, one sounds like Italian food, so I'll take it.
Right.
Yeah.
Mangiaro.
Yeah.
It's really delicious.
They
And-
hid the name in the cheese.
Mhm.
So yeah, I've been eating that, and now I'm. Before I took the medicine, I'm down 60 pounds.
60 pounds.
Yeah, and I'm gonna keep losing weight until I find the other half of that amulet.
I
That joke hasn't ever worked on stage.
I
but
love it. I
it.
love that
know.
joke. What? So, do you have a goal weight, or is it a mirror test where you go, now stop?
No, I want to lose enough weight so like one person at my funeral sincerely says, "What happened?"
Mhm.
That's how much weight I want to lose.
Right, okay.
Because right now I think people are gonna walk in there just assuming.
Now, do you mind if I ask you how much you currently weigh?
I do.
Yeah. Okay, so Jack, the adult intern from Cleveland State University, is it incumbent upon you to, are you responsible for the administration of the Manjaro?
I haven't been notified of any. Do
Okay.
I have to use needles on you, sir?
You don't have to. You get to.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you don't want to, kind of like the coffee situation from this morning.
It'll go in the report.
I told him I wanted coffee at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
He had it. It was cold.
Mhm.
Yes, I did wake up at noon, but still, there's microwaves in the lobby.
Mhm.
So yeah. So if you don't administer my medication, then it's not good or bad. It just goes in your report.
So it sounds like I will be using needles on Mr. Tallent.
Now, is this a buttocks injection? Where does this go in? Can you stick it anywhere, or does it have to be in a specific location?
If the lights are off, it's really hard to tell where the needle's going.
Okay.
Because my body is kind of similar from the nipples down. You know?
Hence the Manjaro. This is why you want the whole thing taken care of.
Well, when you're here, you're family. That's what I say. So, yes.
And so how long do they suggest that you'll have to be on this? Because the people that I have known who have been on these GLP-1s or whatever they are, right?
Yeah.
Jeff Lynne's greatest work with that band.
Nice.
Was
point for Alan.
Is that they say it happens real fast.
Hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've only been on it for 5 weeks, and I missed a week.
So 4 weeks.
And then I got back on it and just had rip-roaring, legendary diarrhea all last weekend in D.C.
That's they probably tell you, look out for this.
Yeah, I mean, my wife's a doctor.
Yes,
she was like,
she
you
is.
missed a week, you should titrate down. And I was like, shut up.
Yeah, what do you know?
Come on.
Doctor?
Which one of us has a penis?
Yeah.
And she was like, I have a variety.
You're not a weight loss doctor.
No, and neither is this character. Don't
You're
get me
adult
wrong.
intern.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I missed a week. Took 35 units last week, and it was the burps that were coming out of me were causing people to not buy merch. The merch line was just a minefield of me burping, people walking into it. Do you have kids?
I do.
You know Easter?
I do.
Right?
I'm
You're a big
familiar
fish
with
fry
Easter.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
Easter.
Christ, he was faking it for a couple of days.
It's a kid-only holiday. I get it.
He had to go dry out in that cave.
Yeah.
You know, and then he popped back. So Easter, you would boil the eggs the night before with the vinegar to dye them, and that's exactly what was going on in my stomach. I was burping the smell of the night before Easter.
Oh, I see. All right.
It was so
now, I
bad.
would think that maybe would have the more religious people lining up at the merch table. You know, they say that the olfactory sense is the most sensitive one, and that the nostalgia for Easter's past might have walked them up there.
My hands were also bleeding.
Oh, the stigmata.
So, yeah. And
Okay.
also, I had a cyst on the side of me that was weeping as well, kind of in the similar area.
Oh, you had been lanced.
Yeah, I mean, I should have lanced it when it got infected.
Yeah.
Yeah. But hey, maybe that could be a job for you.
I have to lance you too?
Again,
Yes.
you're framing it the wrong way. You keep saying have to. This is a huge opportunity for you.
We never answered where I'm going to be injecting you.
No, well, you don't.
Right into the boil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Go in there. Maybe he'll lose weight too.
Can we do the injection and the lancing at the same time?
Why are you asking what you got to do? You were assigned tasks, you do them, or it goes in the...
This is all going in the report. Yeah.
Okay.
Jacques, is it? Jacques, this is
Jacques,
all going into the report. Now, how frequently do the reports have to be filed?
I mean, I need to have a fax machine put in my room.
Now, do you have to submit them in triplicate? Is it the goldenrod goes to HQ, the pink goes to the front office, and the white stays with you?
It's a lavender lily periwinkle situation,
Yeah,
but it is
okay.
similar to what you described.
But those are difficult. Those are more difficult to determine.
He's colorblind.
Oh, that makes it even
That's
worse.
what he kept saying outside. He'd point at people and go, I'm colorblind, and wink.
Right.
I don't know what that meant.
And he's driving you through red lights.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
and driving me up a wall.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I went into Mr. Albert's with this guy.
Uh-huh.
Oh my Lord. You been to Mr. Albert's?
Well, I bought a giant hat there with 2 feathers in it.
Call it macaroni.
I did. It was 3 feather day, but I got 2 for 1. And it was, but that's like right through the back here is Mr. Albert's. Yeah, that's good.
I was in there for an hour today, man. I got out of there with 2 suits.
Now, have you ever met Mrs. Albert? I think there's something hinky going on there.
Has anyone really met Mrs. Albert?
I'm sure Mr. Albert did.
Yeah.
But what happened past that, I don't know. I smell outdoor cellar
I don't
situation.
I don't think we should besmirch, Bernie Mac's atelier.
No, nor do I. But still, I'm just trying to keep the write-ups for Jacques down. And if he's so, you walked out with 2 suits.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, he walked out with 2 suits.
He walked out.
Yeah, he was carrying them.
He's your valet when you walk out of there.
Well, I didn't wear my suit carrying gloves.
No, I understand. Yeah. But do you have a garment bag with you, or do you just kind of?
I got a Mr. Albert's branded garment bag.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It zips from the back. I don't know.
Is that some like old school Cleveland racism that I don't know about?
No,
You know how they are. They're always zipping from the back.
I don't know anything about that. No.
What did that lady yell out the car earlier? She was down butt. Remember?
No.
She said like brick junk.
Oh. Yeah,
Where were you that people were yelling out the
big back?
Oh,
yeah.
Yelled at you?
Uh-huh.
You were big back.
Yeah.
You were driving, or
No, I
you
wasn't
were
driving.
walking.
No, I helicoptered in from Detroit.
Yes.
Now,
Now,
and then he met me in his boat.
You use Metro Hospital's helipad? How does that work?
No, it's Verizon.
Verizon's helipad. Yeah, okay.
Uh-huh. Actually landed on top of Mr. Albert's.
Oh, they've got the old thing up there?
Yeah.
And you didn't clip the tower?
That's how D.L. Hughley would get into town.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. D.L. Hughley would get it, yeah.
I mean, he told me all the people that he gave suits for.
Yeah.
And we're very different demographics.
Right. Well, D.L. Hughley is the guy that got me hip to the back zip. So that's probably where I got it, the zipping up the back.
You got hip to the zip by D.L.?
I did.
Down low Hughley?
Yes.
Is that what that stands for?
I don't know. It's probably like David Larry or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
DL.
probably like Demetrion.
Yeah, maybe.
Could be.
Yeah.
Something hard. It's like Louis C.K. It's like tough for the host to pronounce, so he just had it C.K.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, D.L. Hughley, I do know that the Hughley is long for Hugh.
Right, yes.
I don't know what the DL
and
is.
D.L. is
but-
short for C.D.L. Hughley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's got his truck driver's license,
That's right.
is what you're trying to say.
Yes, yeah. Well, I wasn't even trying. I said it, and then you underlined it.
Yeah, I
You got
really
your
did.
Sharpie out.
I wanted to drive it home like a spike through Dracula's heart.
I get it. These people who are driving right now, they can't be, tapped into all the nuance of our great riffs.
This is what I'm
This
trying
guy doesn't
to
know
say.
anything. I asked him if, I assumed I'd be one of his favorite comics.
You assumed that.
Well, I mean, you asked to be this weekend, right?
No, I'm just in the event management program, and I was assigned you this weekend.
But you're not in like...
Jacques, have you been assigned to other comedians prior, or is this the pilot program with Sam
This
Tallent?
is the first time I've been at Hilarities
Okay.
for the program, so Sam's my first comic.
And do you think that your report on the experience will be a positive one?
I hope so. I'm going to be injecting him in Lansing boils, but
Right.
I really,
Now, does he make you scream "Go Vikes" every time you do it, or?
Yeah, and he has me do the horns.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Horns
My
up.
aunt went there.
To Cleveland State University.
Yes.
Yep. Was she also in the event management program?
Library science.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That was all of the nerds
Don't tell
that I
me
worked
that you
with.
hooked up with my aunt.
No,
Alan.
not your aunt.
Okay.
No. She hooked up with me.
Oh my God.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, she said that she got with a gray-haired 22-year-old.
No. That was someone else.
Yeah.
When
It was
I
Edgar Winter.
she heard the strains of Frankenstein off in the distance.
Can you imagine having consensual intercourse to Frankenstein? I don't know what I'm allowed to say on here, but can you imagine engaging
banging
in coitus?
coitus. Yeah.
Yes, when that comes on, she's probably like, I need to let everyone know where I am.
Yeah. I'm on Edgar Winter's tour bus, and I think Johnny is in the back somewhere. Yeah. No, it's I don't remember what I was saying, but it
Cleveland
doesn't
State
matter.
Library science. You
Right.
had a great library science story. I cut you off.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Just wait. You think it's good. It's going to be great. No, my college job was working in the library. So I was surrounded by people who I didn't realize library science was an actual course of study. I thought they were all joking.
Right, yeah, it's like nursing.
It's a real thing. Yeah, like nursing,
Yeah,
yes. Or your wife's doctorate.
Well, hey.
I mean,
She got it from Hamburger University.
Oh, in New York?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That's
Outside
how we
Buffalo.
met, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was there trying to, they were trying to do a live-action Hamburglar.
Uh-huh.
And I looked a lot like him, so
Yep.
they brought me in.
You wore a lot of black and white back then, I think.
Well, yeah, I was in my monochromatic phase.
This is when the Manjaro is going to work against you, though, because nobody wants a slim Hamburglar.
No one wants that at all. You're totally right.
You want someone who looks like he's burgled hamburgers.
In his face.
Yeah.
Yes, you want a guy who looks like a pierogi come to life.
Yeah.
Just being like...
And why do you think the mask? Why do you think that I get the burglar thing, but really, if you're going to go crazy with the Hamburglar character,
Yeah.
why the mask?
You know what? That's a great question. Why don't we ask my intern?
Hey, Jacques, do you have any thoughts on the Hamburglar's mask?
Yeah, he's related to Mayor McCheese, and he doesn't want to besmirch the family name.
Oh, that's what it is. His name is Hamburglar McCheese.
Yep.
Wow, that surname is really...
He's hiding the familial identity,
Yeah.
protecting his...
He's like Emilio Estevez.
Yeah, he really is.
Exactly, you get it. But the mask.
I'm the
didn't
guy that's
wanna
not going to go by Sheen. I'm going to go by Estevez. All right, well, that makes sense too, I guess. My favorite part of the Sam Tallent shows, by the way, at Hilarities, is it's a special event. That's what the website says, a special event.
Yeah.
Shows tonight, 7 and
My
9:45.
demographic's pretty special.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
The early show tomorrow night is sold out, so
That's
you can go to
right.
7 and 9:45 tonight or 9:45 tomorrow night. His special, in the round, Ides of March show, as I understand it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's tomorrow night.
Well, if I say on the medicine, the shows were going to stop being in the round.
Okay. Oh, I'm
Because right
sorry.
now I can't help it.
Right.
It's a medical thing, Alan.
Yes. At 2
It's
Brute.
like making fun of someone with lupus.
I don't even know what lupus is. I just know that Nick Cannon has it.
It gave Selena Gomez huge boobs.
Is that what it did?
Oh, yeah. Pull that up, Rhode Island. Let's get that on all 4 cameras.
And it's never the diagnosis on the show House. It's never lupus. That's all I know about it.
It is often on Bones, though.
Bones. I never watched Bones.
Well, you're not married to a woman doctor.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to watch all those, don't you?
I get to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's a show now called, let's go through all the medical shows that no one's watching.
Mm-hmm.
There's Doc.
Yep.
There's The Pit.
Mm-hmm.
There's one I remember from college called
Doogie Howser, the new class.
Doogie Howser, right?
Yep.
Drake in the wheelchair is on that one. He's the first patient.
And hey, he's hell on wheels.
He,
stay away.
He certainly is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take the ramp down. It's a middle school. Now that's
Damn
all
DEI
alleged
hire.
stuff.
All alleged.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm more of a Bone Thugs guy.
Bones Thugs was that medical show about the rappers who went to, I remember that from Cleveland, Ohio.
A lot of people said that Emily couldn't pull it off, but she did.
Deschanel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of the Chanel family.
Deschanel, the
she
plural.
She didn't need the money.
No.
Yeah, she did it for the love of the game.
Zoe did. Emily did not.
So I'm more of an Emily guy, and this is
Okay.
insane. We can go to the film crew on this. Emily Deschanel has stately woman's hips.
Okay.
Zoe, wispy. You'd break her in half on a wicker chair.
You want somebody that's more able to birth should the need arise.
Yeah, in case I need a ride, too. You know?
Right.
I want someone to be able to piggyback me across the mud. It's my birthday.
Right.
Every other day is Women's Day.
Yeah. Honey, look, a rickshaw. How did this get here?
And it's just Emily's huge rockin' dumper.
Yeah.
She's back down. What was it called?
Big back.
Big, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, call
You
her
need
macaroni.
You need somebody whose center of gravity is not going to throw you off too much.
Yeah, I want someone that I can tussle with, you know?
So Emily all the way.
Oh, all the way to the bank?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would
Zoe?
not.
Oh, you're going to play your ukulele? I've never been softer. Give me Emily.
Right. You and Zoe, it would have been 5 hours of summer. Not 500. Not 500 days.
I mean, let's be honest. It would have been 5 minutes.
You would have never lasted that long.
No, I would need a coconut water.
You are an accomplished
Love
individual.
maker? Oh, yes.
You're a love maker.
Courtesan.
You're a singer, a dancer, a raconteur,
Yeah.
and a singer again because you're just that good. So here's the thing, though.
Yes.
You're writing books.
Uh-huh.
Are any of them? I keep hearing like, oh, this is going to be made into a movie, like Run the Light, or
Yeah.
you know, is that the case? Are these things in, as they say, turnaround? What's the status?
I'm all turned around.
I
That's
know.
for sure.
I understand.
So yeah, that book was optioned 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
Which means you got paid.
I got paid.
Doesn't matter if they make it.
Well, I sure would like it to be made. You know, that
I understand that. But
Yeah, so they're reissuing. Random House is reissuing Running the Light March 25th. It'll be available in all bookstores. It's very good. You're nodding. You've never heard of me. I don't know why you're pretending like you know what's going on.
I've heard you say it to yourself today.
It's very he wants a good write up.
Oh, so tattling's going to help?
Jacques wants to go back to CSU with his head held high.
Hey, that's not easy to do because you're enrolled at CSU.
Well, you know,
it's a
go
great
Vikes.
school. It's
Yeah.
a great school.
Yep.
Basketball powerhouse.
I think you said grade school. It's not a grade school. It's a college.
I said gray school.
It's a gray school.
Yeah,
gray
yeah.
scale.
Right.
Well, the school colors are green and white.
Really?
Yeah.
What do they think they are? Shell toe Adidas?
Probably. Yeah.
Jeez,
Stop
how do
trying
you
to
like
be
that?
Michigan State.
Yeah, hey. Lansing already has you guys. But yeah, so they're going to make the book into a movie, they say. Random House is now pushing very hard because they bought that book and my next novel.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, they want to squeeze every bit of marrow out of that bone. I almost
Beautiful.
swore.
No, that's okay. I
I
get
almost
it.
said fog hat.
You're a fool for the city.
That's right,
Up
man.
and down.
How about this, Joe Cocker?
Should he be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
He's not?
He's nominated. No, he's
What?
in this nomination class. Joe Cocker.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. We can say that name, I think, Rob.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Joe. Nominated for induction into the Rock and Roll. I think he'll get in. They'll make no less than Paul McCartney wrote like an advocate letter for him or something. Hey, put Joe Cocker in. You know how dead guys are really worried whether or not they get in the Rock Hall?
Uh-huh.
I think Joe Cocker. Fog hat?
Yeah.
Still not.
Well, I mean, when's their parade?
Figure that out.
You know?
Yeah.
God, this whole world's upside down, man.
I agree.
Elon, help. Get fog hat in the hall.
Stop with your dumb rockets.
And
Get fog hat in the Rock Hall.
I'll tell you this. When I said Joe Cocker, I meant to say Joe Walsh.
Oh.
I get him confused in my head.
Okay. Well, Joe Walsh is in, I think, with the Eagles.
He better be.
Cocker not.
How about the James Gang?
Mm-hmm.
They
Funk
played
49.
They played my mom's prom.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And then the Numbers band played her after prom.
Oh, wow.
Cleveland, baby.
Was this before she got her library science?
That was my aunt, dude.
Oh, I can't. But her sister?
God, not every woman
Or your dad's sister.
is a librarian. My dad has
Wouldn't
a
that
sister.
be a great world?
Yes.
Or like a ZZ Top song. A planet of librarians. That'd be fantastic. Listen, Sam Tallent, you are, as always.
You're trying to get me off the show.
I am.
I'm
a
staying.
delight.
I'm
You're a
staying.
delight.
Squatter's right.
The boom operator is over here. He's like, I can get the hell out of here.
Yeah, he has to get back to the arcade. He heard they have Metal Slug.
Good luck over at Hilarities.
Thanks, man. It's St. Patrick's Day weekend, so I'm going to need it.
And you are part of the big 40th anniversary year-long celebration. It's an
Thank
honor
you.
to just be asked, I have to assume.
Yeah, well, that,
Right?
Yes.
Yes.
They're doing a documentary about Nick.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Old Nick over there.
Yeah.
Good guy.
You want to talk about a big back. Oh, boy, that guy. He's
Oh,
jacked.
dude.
Oh, he's jacked.
You're going to love him. You like big, strong guys.
Oh, seriously, yeah.
Yeah.
You want a guy who can change his own marquee letters. That's the guy.
Yeah, I thought that he was like hired by the club to bend manhole covers in half, but no, he owns the place.
Mhm.
Wow. Yeah. He kept making Dave Attell flinch last time I was there.
Yeah, well, Dave Attell is scared of bent manhole covers.
I understand, yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Sam Tallent.
We went out on a higher note earlier.
Which was?
I don't know, but it wasn't my great bent manhole cover thing.
No. I like to just wear it all down.
Hey, I know. They call you the abrader.
Yes, I like with a whimper, not a scream. That's how I like to do it.
Yeah, so is this guy. We're sharing a room.
Good luck with that. Hey, Sam Tallent is here to entertain you. 7 and 9:45 tonight. Early show tomorrow night is sold out, so you snooze, you lose. 9:45 tomorrow night, and then he's off to parts unknown, maybe stopping back in Detroit to give the wife a kiss before he heads back out on the road, seeking fame and fortune, and leaving Jacques behind, I have to assume.
We'll see. I'm in Toledo next weekend. They might send him out.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, it's good to see you.
You too. Thank you for
Good
having
luck
me,
with
Alan.
everything, Jacques. A pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Good luck over there at Cleveland
Don't
State
touch
University.
that button. Don't touch the button.
And we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland's biggest party will be broadcast
St. Patty's, baby!
live on Cleveland's Buzzard Radio.
Look at this street! Holy
Come get Saint-faced on Patrick's Day.
It's out of control.
With WMMS at the Clevelander downtown. We'll hit the air at 10 a.m. and we'll be hitting it hard all day.
It's a hot mess.
St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patty's.
Live from the Clevelander.
Come
on 100.7 WMMS.
Need a plumber?
Just call sales! Just call sales!
Hey guys, Stansbury here. Last golf season, I noticed after playing 18 holes, I would feel run down. I'd get home, fall right asleep on the couch, and decided I need to get on top of that. What I did was reach out to Affinity Whole Health and got myself on testosterone replacement therapy. I feel better than ever, my energy levels are through the roof, and I'm losing weight. Hit the indoor simulator and notice some extra yardage with my driver too. For me, it's golf, but let's get your energy levels back up so you can enjoy your hobbies too. Find Affinity Whole Health online at feelgreatcleveland.com.
Rocket is giving every home one address. Rocket.com, a single, seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need, all under one roof. Visit Rocket.com today. Rocket, own the dream.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
The Jeep Celebration event is your chance to start a brand new adventure. And right now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE for $399 a month for 24 months with $3,758 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 20,000.
right, you want to go to the Cleveland Home and Remodeling Show? I have the last 2 pair of tickets. I'm going to give you 4. The Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo. It is next weekend at the IX Center, the 21st through the 23rd, 3 days only. You can shop and compare and save hundreds of experts all under one roof. homeandremodelingexpo.com for discount tickets and all the information on who's going to be there and when and all that. You get my last 4 tickets here for the Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo next weekend. Good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Alan, it says here that you call yourself one of the few gay goat farmers in the great state of Tennessee.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I guess Dave King is not doing well. Dave King's a frontman for Flogging Molly, and they were set to go on a whole 2025 tour. His wife is in the band. Bridget, what's her name? Bridget Reagan is his wife. She's a fiddler in Flogging Molly. And I have to say, in the Flogging Molly v. Dropkick Murphys thing, I'm more of a Flogging Molly guy. I don't even know why that is. But they canceled their entire run of shows for 2025. They said that Dave King was, if you follow them on Instagram, he was facing a serious health battle, is what they said. I don't know if they've updated past that, but it was pretty cryptic. He's in his mid-60s, and he's basically been the guy. I love the Dave King story. You know, he's from Dublin, but for a long time he split his time between Dublin and Detroit. Back in the day, he fronted a band called Fastway. Remember Fastway? They had a big song called Say What You Will. 100.7 WMMS, brother, song ever back called Fastway. It was like a dude from UFO, a dude from Motorhead, and this guy Dave King, who nobody knew who he was. It was his first band called Fastway, and they had one hit song. Well, they had a song on this 80s Halloween horror movie called Trick or Treat. So Fastway did Trick or Treat, and they also did Say What You Will on the Buzzard. That's Dave King. That's a frontman for Flogging Molly. Fastway was very short-lived, and he kind of bounced around after that, and then he's Irish, so he founded Flogging Molly like 30 years ago, I think. And it was just completely on a whim. I was kind of like, I wonder what they're doing this year. And that's where I saw that he, I guess, is in bad shape. So they said we can't perform at all in 2025. They were 2 weeks away from doing, like, their cruise. They do a big cruise called the Salty Dog. And so all those other bands are still going to go out and play. But I guess Dave King is not doing well. So
it sounds like whatever came on quick.
Right.
Or he thought he was going to get better.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think I ever realized this was the same guy. That's really fascinating.
Yeah. So I don't know if that has been updated or what. I guess that cruise already happened, maybe. So I don't know if it has been updated, but yeah, back in the day, he had the long hair and trying to make his way, and it went from Dublin to L.A., I think, and then I think he spent a lot of time in Detroit. So we'll see what happens there. I don't know. If anybody has Dave King on their celebrity death pool. Maybe he ate a blighted potato, somebody said. Oh, boy. Alan, my sham rock and roll shirt came today. Shout out to Cleveland Clothing. Yeah, fantastic. Those WMMS sham rock and roll t-shirts are available for you. Make sure that you use the promo code SHAMROCK for that particular item of clothing. It'll be easy to remember. And, of course, we're going to be live at the Clevelander all day. Once RMG signs off, we are all going to be there Just kind of jumping in, playing music on MMS for St. Patty's Day, but we'll be jumping in on the mic. And we will have a bunch of those WMMS Shamrock and Roll t-shirts. And I have to think you can just walk up and say, I'd love one of those t-shirts.
No.
I'm sorry?
You already forgot. Alan, it's never that easy.
Oh.
You actually can win those t-shirts. But we are going to make you jump through some hoops to do so.
Oh, you got to do a bunch of things to...
Oh, do you ever?
Okay.
So you know the iHeartRadio app.
Let me get my pen.
Yeah. You know that it's new and improved.
Mm-hmm.
And always free, by the way. Just wanted to make sure I got that in there.
I mean, that is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on top of it...
I don't like paying for things.
With this new and improved thing, Alan, it came with new features. And one of those features is presets. You know, like in your car, you can set 100.7 as your number one preset, right?
I don't have that in my car. I still have to dial my radio stations.
Oh, awesome. Little push button?
I only have AM in my car.
Got it. Oh, where's simulcast? I'll just put it on TAM. So, yeah, with the presets, you put the preset on there, right? If you can come to the Clevelander and show me that you've done just that, you have the iHeartRadio app, and you have put WMMS or the Alan Cox Show on your presets, then we will give you a t-shirt while they last. If you can prove that you did it. No screenshots.
Here is the order in which I would like to see people's presets. The Alan Cox Show, Rover's Morning Glory, WMMS.
Yeah.
That's just me. That's me. I'm sure Rover would have a different hierarchy.
I think
I'm
as
sure
long
the radio
as they're
station
there.
would. Yeah, all three of them.
Yeah, as long as they're there, we're golden. All three. Hell, I may even throw in a mug. You got all three of them on there. You're a hero.
You don't mean throw a mug at them. Just kind
Throw
of
in.
Throw
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you know, it's not simple.
I mean, it sounds
impossible.
Pretty simple to me, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you got that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yep. Unfortunately, I wrote it all down, so when we do What Did We Learn This Week, my contribution will be 6 minutes long.
Perfect.
I'll just rattle off the stuff that, okay.
In order.
Oh, God, in order?
Download.
I'm going to cheat off Kat's notes. Can I do that?
Add the app, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Can I look at your paper, Kat?
Oh, totally.
I don't feel too confident in that. She answered too quickly.
She's going to write down the wrong answers on purpose.
I'm not confident she's going to let me cheat. Okay. Hey, most people, and they do these studies all the time since there are more and more places, they're legalizing marijuana. Of course, your Ohio legislature is trying to roll back all kinds of things that people said they wanted. I guess the thought being, you didn't know what you were voting for. You know, standard right-wing stuff. Most people still think that alcohol is worse for them than marijuana, but they would rather drink than smoke marijuana. They're like, yeah, I know. And it's kind of human nature, right? You go, yeah, I know it's bad for me. People who smoke, yeah, I know it's bad for me. But I want to do it. Or fast food or, anything like that. And so when they ask people, well, would you rather get drunk or would you rather get high? That's one question. But more to the point, they were like, which do you think is more harmful to a person's health? Do you think it's regular alcohol use? Do you think it's regular marijuana use? Do you think it's neither or not sure? And about 60% of the people that they surveyed for this study, about 20,000 people, 60% of the responses were regular alcohol use is worse for you. Only 20% said marijuana. And then they said, which do you personally use more often? And about 2 times as many people said that they use alcohol more. Well, it's, I don't know. Is it easier? I mean, it's less, you pop the cap. I mean, edibles are pretty easy. I don't know that they're just talking about smoking.
Smoke weed every day.
I think they're talking about anything marijuana related. And they said, which do you personally enjoy using more? And about twice as many people said alcohol. I think alcohol is more social.
Mm-hmm.
It's more ingrained, I think, in the culture, obviously. I mean, it's been around a long, long time. Obviously legal.
I would rather drink.
Than smoke, than get high.
Yeah. I don't trust it now, man. it was
Oh,
easy
I see what you
when
mean.
You know what I mean? Like there's
Yeah.
so many. You can pick your high. It's this. It's that. I get
You know
too
where
messed up.
You know where you're going to be after a couple of beers.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you eat even a small amount gummy. Like you just all of a sudden I'm like, whoa. I don't like feeling like that.
I understand.
Unless I drank myself to that point.
Especially since a lot of the gummies you need to like you're just biting off a little and hoping you didn't get it too little or too much. That's the way a lot of the gummies that I'll get the big ones and then I'll just kind of bite pieces off of them, and I've gotten pretty good at that. But if you get it wrong, you're in for a wild night.
And that's the thing.
Whereas if you go, well, I had 2 gin and tonics, I know what I can do now.
But I remember the last time I smoked. I went basically catatonic.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it was 2 hits. This dude back in Rhode Island has arthritis real bad, right? So he smokes constantly.
Yep.
And he's like, hey, you guys want to smoke? And I'm like, yeah. So it comes around, I take a hit. I'm like, ooh, okay. 2 other guys comes back. I'm like, yeah, I guess I could do one more. That's where I made my mistake. Because I was a turd. I was sitting in a chair at a bar. I had my arms kind of like tucked in. I was leaning like all the way forward. My buddy came over. He put his hand on my chest, sat me back up. He's like, you all right? I just shook my head. I could not talk. I didn't say a word to anybody. I got walked out. We went home a little while later, and I had to assume that strain was called Helen Keller because
it's not a fun time under those circumstances.
No, man. 2 hits. That's why I just don't like smoking like that anymore. I miss the days.
Find another turd to love you.
I just miss the days of like smoking a joint, having a Twinkie, and going to bed.
I hadn't smoked in a while. Probably 2 Fridays ago, a friend of mine goes, want to smoke a joint? I said, yes, I do. And I really only took a couple of puffs. And it was nothing crazy. It was nothing that blew me on my ass. But I realized I hadn't smoked in a long time. And I was like, oh. It definitely felt different than how I normally feel, once you kind of get on the edible train or whatever.
And I also feel like at this point, I've been a non-cigarette smoker for a long time.
Right.
And I just feel like breathing in any smoke will make me want to go buy a carton of Marlboro Reds. Like I'll go back like that.
Now, the real move is the people who regularly get crossfaded. They're like, I know how much I can drink and how much I can smoke in one night. And that's like, those people, man, some people are really locked in. People are like, I take a half of this edible. I know I can have 3 drinks. I can still get myself around.
That's why I probably should try again, because every time I think to smoke, I'm already hammered. You know what I mean? And that's when it ends.
Well, but also, the reason that there was so much alcohol and beer companies spent so much money lobbying against legal marijuana is because most people are like, the more marijuana you're smoking or whatever, you're just drinking less alcohol. You just are. You're like picking that over the other one. I don't know if that's true, but, when they do those kinds of studies, they go, yeah, more people say that when they are getting high more often, they're just drinking less, that it absolutely affects their alcohol use, that they either drink less or they don't drink at all. There's a small percentage of people who will drink more when they're getting high. But obviously that's not the majority.
But that's when you get in trouble. Like you said, crossfading, right? That's for me, man, that's not a good combination.
No,
I got to do one or the other.
Yeah, pick one of the I do too. I'm like, I'll pick one or the other. Tonight's going to be this or this. It's very rare that it's going to be both.
So funny, man. Bong noises. I haven't smoked from a bong in years, but the first time I ever smoked in my life was out of a bong.
Same.
And I was blown out. I'm like, I like that.
You got to have somebody show you how to do it, and
Well, you're not supposed to shove this thing in your mouth?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you're just supposed to put your lips on it. I get it now. My bad.
You know, a million bands have covered Sweet Leaf, and there's not a bad one in the bunch because this song is so goddamn good that you can't screw it up. Doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah, there's really one version, though.
Black Sabbath?
Yeah, that's...
I'm partial to the Sacred Reich version. I like Phil Ryan's voice. But Sabbath's great, too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, Godsmack did it, too. And, you know.
Yeah, everybody's touched it. But I still... what's that? 5'10".
Everybody's touched it.
But I still think the Ozzy,
the OG.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, that's pretty tough to beat. Hey, Deftones finally got around to announcing the tour and the Cleveland date. I think they go on sale to everyone on Monday. But I got a last pair for you this week. Deftones with special guest Idols, awesome. And the Barbarians of California, awesome. WMMS.com, we've got tickets there for you as well. The show is Wednesday, September 10th at the Rocket Arena, and I'll throw you a pair here. I'm sure we will all see you there. So 2 for Deftones, good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our iHeartRadio Music Awards are back live Monday night on Fox.
Celebrating the music and artists you've loved listening to all year on iHeartRadio.
Performing live.
Stuff. Join me, Jorge Cham, as we answer questions about animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Listen to Science Stuff on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart Radio app, search Science Stuff, and listen now.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, I hope he starts screaming or yelling pretty soon. Please, if it's... all right. Deftones. Going to be here September 10th. Those will go on sale, I believe, Monday morning. There's like a Live Nation pre-sale or something today, but keep your eyes on that. You got your tickets for Deftones?
Yeah.
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 Still got to scoop mine up. Hey guys, please have 3X t-shirts at the Clevelander on Monday. Thank you. I don't know if we're going to be rocking any 3X there. I think you'll have to show us 3 phones that have the iHeartRadio app on them.
One for each X.
With the appropriate presets on there.
So good, man.
Alan, I'm a nurse, and I would much rather use marijuana, but I'm not allowed to, or I could lose my nursing license. They don't seem to care that I'm destroying my liver. Yeah, that's a weird thing, too, that people who are kind of in the healthcare thing, they can drink all they want, but a lot of places, even though it's legal, they still test for it. Your Cleveland Cavaliers are back on the floor tonight, albeit in Memphis. It's a road game against the Grizzlies tonight. That starts at 8 o'clock. 7:30 is when the pregame will begin here on WMMS with Mike Snyder and the gang. And then 8 o'clock, Cavs Grizzlies, who are a formidable team. So we'll see what happens tonight. Cavs still on a 15-game win streak, first team to grab their playoff berth. And we are within 1 month of the end of the regular season. That April 13th game will close it out before the playoffs with the Pacers here. I will be back in Willoughby tonight. If your arm... you think it's NBA worthy, you think it's Vegas worthy, you think it's James worthy. Join us tonight. We're still doing the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge. So we're taking the top scorers from each one of these locations. They will join us at the finals on the 22nd. You can see the entire schedule of when and where I'll be at AlanCoxShow.com or WMMS.com. I'm going to be at Lost Nation, sorry. It's called Lost Nation Sports tonight out in Willoughby. I was out in Streetsboro last night. Be in Willoughby tonight, starting at 7. And then tomorrow night, I think all 3 of us are going to be at the Solid Gold Lounge in Brook Park. That is 7:30 to 9:30 tomorrow night. So tonight, if you're out Willoughby way, come by and hang and take your shot at the March Mini Hoops Challenge. Maybe get to Vegas. Maybe get $10,000. That's the grand prize. So see you out Willoughby way tonight. Rob, did you ever, you were on Captain Fun's Floating Fandango?
I sure was. 2 of them.
Did you meet Mary Santorum?
I did not.
Oh, you didn't meet Mary Santorum?
No. We've spoken, but I've
I thought you met her on the boat.
Spoken.
Spake.
Spoke.
Thus spake.
Spoked.
Spoked. I had never met Mary Santorum until she was on the boat. And before then, I was like, well, I'd like to keep the relationship professional. But boy, she plowed right through. She wanted nothing to do with my entreaties to keep her at arm's length. When Mary Santora was on the show, Mary Santorum would call in and kind of maybe lightly rib her a little bit, you know. And Mary Santorum, I have to think that maybe there's, it feels like there's a hole somewhere that can only be filled with Mary Santora.
Hello, Alan. This is Mary Santorum.
Oh, it's so, what a salve for my soul to hear your voice again. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I also want to say hello to my favorite program director in the world, Mr. Rob Anthony. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Mary.
Rob, I wanted to tell you that I'm really looking forward to finally meeting you on St. Patrick's Day at the Clevelander. And just so you know who I am, I'll be the 6'4" blonde in the green dress with a gigantic Adam's apple.
Easy to spot.
Uh-huh.
Rob, quick question. Do you like playing golf?
I do.
Oh, that's good. I love playing golf. I've been dropping balls in holes for 25 years.
Right. Uh-huh.
Rob, the last time I went golfing, it was terrible. I got caught behind a foursome of midgets. Rob, it was like Dorf on golf out there.
Oh, my, yeah.
Old Tim Conway joke.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the pride of Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah.
Rob, I actually did pretty good. You want to know what I shot? 69, dude.
Nice.
Oh, that is nice, isn't it?
Nice.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Rob, when it comes to manscaping, are you more of a first cut, second cut, or rough type of guy? Hey, Rob, I have an ex-girlfriend whose nickname was the Sand Trap. You want to know why, big boy?
Yes.
Every hole was dry.
Oh, boy. Golly, I wish I understood golf.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob, ironically, I also have an ex-boyfriend that I called the water obstacle. Oh, well, I'll end on that note. Thank you for taking my call and letting me perform my craft.
Yeah, it is a craft, isn't it? All right, thank you. There's Mary Santorum, who's checking in. Boy, I wish I understood golf.
Man, thank God I said I
bet that
liked
would
golf,
be
huh?
hilarious. Yes, could you imagine if you were like, no,
You like golf? Nah, not at all,
No,
actually.
not really.
Never watched a second of it. Don't get any of those jokes.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
Rob. I love it.
Every hole was dry. Yeah. All right, well, there you go. Thank you, Mary Santorum. I appreciate the
Why were
call.
you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy?
Yeah. Was I the only one who got up last night to look at the moon?
Yeah, I didn't. Kat?
I didn't.
No.
Yeah, no,
Live stream, I'll show you a picture. I took this from my backyard. There it is. The big blood moon. The big lunar eclipse. I got home from Streetsboro probably about 10:15, and I set my alarm for 2:45. I wanted to get up, and I wanted to go into the back 40, and I figured my dog would be scratching around by then. So, of course, as luck would have it, I don't know that I really fell asleep. I think I mostly slept last night between like 3 and 6. But other than that, I went out there, and it was a little muddy to really kind of be able to tell what was going on. I thought that maybe it was going to be more of a striking or more of a distinct celestial phenomenon than it was.
I mean,
it was a clear night. It did look cool, but I don't know.
I like that.
I don't know what I thought I was expecting.
Thing you posted on your story, the Kramer.
Oh yeah, when he's got the Kenny
light.
Kenny Rogers
Yeah.
roaster sign, it's all red light.
It's me looking at the lunar eclipse.
Yeah. So I did. I was standing there in my backyard, barefooted, and in my boxer briefs at 2:45 this morning. It's freezing back there too. Who knew?
I woke up. I don't know. It was like 4:30, and I'm like, I probably missed it, and went back to bed.
Yeah, no, I didn't, because my daughter's like, oh, wake me up. I'm like, I'm not going to wake you up. You're not even going to know what's going on. I'm not hauling you into the backyard so you can, through your tiny eye slits, look at the moon. Like, I'm clearly the only one who kind of cares about this. And that's
Was it
fine.
a disappointment?
No, well, I don't think anything up in the sky is a disappointment, but
I just mean to get up for it.
I was already awake, to be
Okay.
real. I mean, I might have dozed here and there, but I mean, I was awake. I didn't need the alarm after all. Brock is our bureau chief in Cumberland, Maryland. He's checked in a couple of times today. One, to say, hey, we have fish fries out here in Maryland, when we were on that big fish fry jag, trying to triangulate the geography of them.
Huh.
We don't have any serial killer red yarn in here. That would have helped out on
have to
the
get some.
bureau chief map.
So we've gone as far as Kentucky.
Yeah.
And
over to Maryland.
Over to Maryland.
Yeah.
So we have to assume the Virginias.
Well, we have people in Virginia. Anyway, Brock is the guy who keeps the flatulog.
Oh.
And so his first check-in today was to let us know that there are fish fries. And apparently his second check-in are the results of that fish fry, as he's attached another journal entry into his flatulog.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I haven't heard it. We're going to hear it together for the first time. Are you ready?
I am.
Kat, are you
Let's
ready?
Let's do it.
All right. I mean, yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That's
a fart.
It sounded, and I'm based on the things he's submitted in the past, that sounds like the cleanest one.
Was he the wet one?
I think the elevator fart, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't the elevator fart.
Oh, that
I think
wasn't
that was
him?
a guy named Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Now, I don't have these listed by name. I just have them listed by sound. This was the elevator.
No, I was thinking of the one that's like the, and the second one, just you can tell he fudges.
Not that one.
No. Nope. That was my favorite, but no.
I might have replaced the elevator fart with the second one. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, that wasn't it.
All right.
It's two little poots, and the second one sounded like it was a big problem.
Big
Yep.
problem.
Little poot, big problem.
All right.
His most recent. That's a good one.
Now I want to hear that fart remix song.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you hear a little at the end of it?
Yeah.
Well played.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Brock. You're doing the Lord's work out there in Cumberland, Maryland. I think the greatest gift that a local massage establishment could give me is the next time I'm in one where they start playing this, right? Like they're letting me know that they listen to the show, but they're not telling me. It's got enough. DJ Jake C put this together for us. It's got enough of kind of a spa vibe, you know? And I'm not a massage farter. I guess some people are. I guess it never really occurred to me. When I'm getting a massage, I don't ever expel anything.
I've never done it, but I fell asleep hard once. Not
on a massage
not hard
table.
like that, but I mean, I just fell asleep, very deep sleep, right?
Stomach or back?
I was on my back.
Yeah.
So I don't know. She was doing my legs, and I don't know what happened while I was asleep. I mean, there's potential. I could have farted.
Mm.
So I tipped her well that time, just in case.
You didn't ask?
No, I'm like, hey, did I fart while I was sleeping?
Did I fart?
No, I just
all
didn't
right.
care enough. I mean, I did, but I didn't want to ask her and bring attention to it.
Yeah. Alan, my wife is on her period, so I got a different blood moon last night. No. The way you refer to your wife. Does Brock store his flatulog in the cloud? I mean, eventually. Yeah, probably one way or another, they're all in the cloud. Yeah.
It's a good fart, man.
There's a little squeak there at the end, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're... Like it's all winding down. Alan, was Kat a fan of the show before she joined, or is she a fan now? Kat had never heard the show before she joined. She was wholly unfamiliar with this program. She just had a wing and a prayer and a boundless ambition.
It's a big part about what we loved about her.
I'll speak for you here, Kat.
Thank you.
You had never heard this show before.
No, I mean, I never listened to it.
And that wasn't a deal breaker. I didn't care. You what?
Yeah, I hadn't listened to it.
Yeah.
But, to be fair, I hadn't really been listening to radio a whole lot when I was traveling, for several years. So now with the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Oh, you see what she did there?
I can do that.
Random cat fact.
Mm-hmm. Now, see? She's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And in answer to your second question, no, she's not a fan of the show now.
Yeah.
I love being here. I'm so glad to be here.
She likes it less now, and she didn't even know it before.
I know, right? She's like, Jesus, what did I get myself into?
These two. Oh, another fart. Okay, great. Good.
If I have to hear one
Yes,
more.
it makes a at the end. Okay.
I get it.
It's a fart, guys.
Oof.
They're not that funny. That one is.
Nu är det slut för den här veckan, men ni ser oss på måndag igen. Hej då!
She almost sounds like she says fart in the beginning of that, too. Whatever she's saying. She fart.
It's all Swedish.
Yeah.
Nu är det slut för den här
See?
veckan, men ni ser oss på måndag igen. Hej då!
It's foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm. Really was. Tonight on the Nightly News.
Pardon me.
In Helsinki. Well, no, that's Sweden, right?
I have to find the audio. I have it somewhere. There was this, the NBC affiliate in Providence. The dude that did Weekends took himself way too seriously. His name was Mario something.
Yeah.
And he farted in the middle of his thing and loudly farted. And he addressed it. And he was like, pardon me. And he continued on. As I was saying, Mario, I definitely have it in my email somewhere. Mario Hilario was his name.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Mario Hilario.
Hilario? Yeah. Watch. Mario.
I mean, there's a YouTube video of his.
Look, Mario Hilario news anchor.
Yeah, with Allison Bologna.
Yeah.
Allison Bologna and Mario Hilario. That's what they're rocking in Providence.
Welcome.
NBC 10 News Sunrise starts right now.
Now at Sunrise, we'll look at which industries were hit hardest by coronavirus as unemployment claims continue to rise to historic levels.
The new plan that could allow Rhode Island lawmakers to vote remotely.
Plus, starting out this morning with some dense fog impacting your roadways, but we're heading to a sunny day. I'll let you know how warm we'll get.
And the push to allow for curbside cocktail sales in Massachusetts. As we say good morning, thanks for...
My shoes squeak. Sorry.
Oh, I see.
No, he actually, that's not the one. He
no, I know.
farts.
This is the one that shows up, though. She blames her fart on her shoes. Mario Hilario.
Allison Bologna.
Good morning, thanks for...
My shoes squeak. Sorry. Listen to what they squeak.
Allison Bologna.
I don't know what it was. I heard it this morning.
Man, she got some cakes, that one.
Oh, yeah.
Look at her.
Mm-hmm.
She's a hippie gal. I like that.
I got to find it.
Oh, Mario Hilario and Allison Bologna.
I'm sorry.
All right.
That's how we roll in Rhode Island, though.
Yeah. Mario Hilario fart.
Yep. He was by himself.
And a reminder at home that you can download the Storm Team 10 weather app anytime to stay ahead of weather like this. Track live radar, get conditions in your area. You can also sign up for notifications on your smartphone, too.
All right. Face some tough but not unexpected questions during yesterday's hearing, considering her nomination as Commerce Secretary. NBC 10 I-Team reporter Tamara Sakarzik and I are going to break them.
People post crap on YouTube, and it's like, I just want the one thing. I don't need your goddamn remix of it.
I'm gonna text my my old program director back in Rhode Island and see if he still has it. I think
is he still on the air there?
Yes.
Mario Hilario is still on the air.
Yep.
All right.
Do you have Mario Hilario's fart?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
It's the best because he addresses it. Pardon me? So you can tell the guy, like you can see like he's one of those dudes that like really takes himself seriously. It wasn't. I wish it was like that, but it was not.
This remix is called Don Farto. Rob, get it? Farto.
Normal broadcasting shortly.
All right, I got to take a break. We're going to get to what did we learn this week as we get into the weekend. If you want to send a text, 35192. You want to watch the show, you can certainly do that on the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey's car completely broke down and had to be towed yesterday. Now, you have a very nice car stereo. You paid a lot of money for it. How much?
About $300. That was for the radio itself.
But then you had to pay for the
another
install.
$200 to install it.
All right, so you have a $500 radio in your car. I don't want that to go to waste. So what if I have my robot snowblower, which has a tow mode, tow you in your car with the radio on all the way to work?
Ooh, okay.
So we could be going very slow. You'd have to leave like 3 days early. Yarbo will tow you to work. What do you think?
I'll tell you one thing, Rover. I'll tell you one thing you are the king of. Very asinine ideas.
Asinine.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
This Buzzard weekend is sponsored by Dollar.Bank and prayersfrommaria.org.
GreatAir.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. Winters in Northeast Ohio are long. March doesn't mean summer yet. And if any of that cold weather has come through your windows, you need Window Nation. I've got them in a Casa Cox. I love them. Energy efficient, expertly installed windows. Right now, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, plus 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Start at windownation.com and get a free in-home consultation, or call 866-90-NATION. Window Nation, a proud partner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Want to redo your whole home of Window Nation windows? They'll throw some Cavs tickets in. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need, and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
The Jeep Celebration event is your chance to start a brand new adventure. And right now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe for $399 a month for 24 months with $3,758 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 20,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 3/31. Jeep is a registered trademark.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get 1 line on unlimited welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Cleveland Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Everybody poops, everybody pees. Mommy, will you call Mr. Rooter, please? 'Cause I gotta poop and I gotta pee. Only Mr. Rooter can clear the drain for me. Thank you, Mr. Rooter.
Hi, everybody. We call it what it is at Mr. Rooter. When you have a plumbing or drain problem, the team at Mr. Rooter is ready 7 days a week. Call us today and take advantage of our $95 drain cleaning special. Visit us at MrRooter.com. We'll be there quick.
Hey, you can hurry into your local McDonald's restaurant to enjoy 2 Filet-O-Fish sandwiches for only $6. I won't lie, Filet-O-Fish is always my go-to. Filet-O-Fish is no joke. The steamed buns, the tangy tartar sauce, flaky inside, crispy outside. Yum! Makes it a lot easier when you order on the app. They prep your meal when you're on the way in, so all you do is pull up, use the app, and you get incredible savings every single day. 2 Filet-O-Fish for only $6. The deal is available for a limited time only, so hurry into McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary. Cleveland Clothing Company is the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland. Shop Cleveland tees, hoodies, accessories, and of course the official WMMS Buzzard gear at all 4 locations or online. Use the promo code SHAMROCK all month long for 20% off. Shop now at clevelandclothing.com, the brand of the land.
Speedway knows the in-between is the best time for pizza. In between meetings, pencil in a pizza. In between this commercial you're listening to right now, eat a pizza. And in between meal times, that's when you need it the most. That's why at Speedway you can get 2 hot, delicious slices of pizza and a Mountain Dew 20-ounce for $5 with Speedy Rewards. With pepperoni, cheese, and extreme meat, your next stop at Speedway will be in-betweenier than ever. The convenience stores of Speedway. Valid through 4/29/25. See app for full terms.
Get ready to rock.
Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
We'll get to what did we learn this week here briefly. Somebody texted me and said that their best friend died today.
Oh, man.
And that the show is the only thing keeping them vertical. So, listen, I've been there, man. So, that sucks.
Me too.
Yeah.
Sending hugs.
Yeah,
Kat
man,
is
that
sending you some
sucks.
hugs. I'm going to be out in Willoughby tonight. Maybe you want to throw a couple of back. Maybe your arm's good. You play some Bud Light March mini hoops. Tonight, I'm going to be at Lost Nation Sports, starting around 7. Might get you to Vegas. Might get you that $10,000 grand prize, by the way, too. So in Willoughby tonight, tomorrow, going to be in Brook Park. Going to be at the Solid Gold Lounge. I think all 3 of us are going to be there. And then the finals. We take the top 4 scorers from each one of these appearances I've been doing. 9 of them in 3 weeks, I think. And we're all going to meet up at Medina, on tap in Medina. My brain is starting to melt. It's the last segment on a Friday. Yeah. My brain is starting to melt. So
it's a whole
apologize
different...
if I can't speak properly. But
it is a whole different kind of tired, man. I've realized doing this, you talk for 4 hours a day, you get home and you are just mush.
Yeah.
Smoked.
Yeah. So, Willoughby tonight, going to be in Brook Park tomorrow night, and then on tap in Medina next Saturday afternoon. Those will be the finals. So one final high scorer will represent Northeast Ohio in Las Vegas. You'll get that trip, and then you'll compete against everybody else out there for the $10,000. But your path, if you haven't joined us yet, begins tonight in Willoughby. Alan, off topic, but I just got done rock climbing my roof to retrieve Christmas lights. Jesus, Christmas lights. I've never had a greater satisfaction of throwing that broken mess of bulbs and wires directly into the trash. I was frankly appalled to hear of your annual tradition of throwing all your lights out every year, but now I've seen the light, and it's glorious. Thank you for your wisdom. I don't like to be wasteful, and people have really gotten on me about that. They said you can donate them. And I think I probably will look into that from here on out. But a few years ago, I did get into the habit of just buying new Christmas lights for the outside of the house every year. Go to Home Depot. I know what kind I get. I buy precisely 8 boxes of them, and I put them up. And then when they're done, I take them down, I throw them away, and that's it. I will happily spend, $150 on lights every year.
Now, do you put them up yourself?
I do.
Nice.
Yep, put them up, take them down, the whole bit. But again, it is wasteful, and people have recommended to me that I donate them because they are technically brand new outdoor bulbs. And so that's smart. That's the way to do it. Monday, we will be at the Clevelander all day for St. Patty's Day, not doing the proper show. We'll be playing music on Monday. We'll just be jumping in. We'll have a live mic there, and we'll jump in and do whatever, but it's going to be us. Stansbury's going to come by. Corey Roddick's going to be there. I think our friend Pat Butler from 2 Hours to Midnight may come by. We'll see. But once RMG signs off, we'll take it from there. So if you're going to be out on Monday downtown for St. Patty's Day, come by the Clevelander because that's where we'll be. And we'll have some pops.
Still grabbing a bunch of songs for Monday.
Beautiful.
Dropping in those fun Irish rock songs.
Hey! We're playing a lot of Irish metal, speaking of which, tomorrow night on 2 Hours to Midnight. Playing a band called Primordial.
Traitor!
They're from Ireland. Playing Rob's favorite band, 10 Ton Slug. They are from Ireland. playing a band called Baylor. I imagine all their songs are about hay. They're from Ireland. Who else is from Ireland? Oh, Gamma Bomb is from Northern Ireland, playing a song from them called Give Me Leather. That's what I whisper into my dog's ear every night before I go to sleep, is give me leather. Say what?
Or give me death.
Give me leather or give me death. We'll have plenty of death tomorrow night as well. Our metal show is called 2 Hours to Midnight because it airs at 10 p.m. And so it's 2 hours of nothing but metal. Irish and otherwise. Local metal, too. Got a band called After the Apocalypse that dropped some new stuff, so we'll play them. And it's me, and it's Corey Roddick, and it's Pat Butler. It's a lot of fun. So if you dig metal, be here tomorrow night at 10 p.m. for 120 minutes of nothing but 2 hours to midnight. You found that Providence news anchor's fart clip.
Yep, it was in my email. That was from 18 or 19.
This is just the audio.
Just the audio.
Mario Hilario. If that's your name, wouldn't you change it for television? Wouldn't you call yourself Mario Cantucci or something?
No, but you remember that.
It's got a ring to it.
Mario Hilario.
Yeah.
And Allison Baloney.
I assume that's a longtime anchor team there?
He was on the newer, he was like the weekend guy when this happened.
Okay.
And then when they
said, we've got to bump that guy up to the 11, the 6 of the 11.
There was he's on that morning show, or he was when I left. But there was this dude called Frank something. I don't remember, but he was like there for 100 years, and he always would hold his mug, and it said Frank on the side of it because it was the morning news. And he would go, today we're going to, cheers to Woonsocket. And he'd raise his cup, Frank. And he'd put it back down. Just dumb.
Let me show you my mug.
Mm-hmm.
So how old is this clip? How long ago did this happen?
2018 or 2019? Long time ago.
2019,
Yeah,
okay.
6 years. Never live it down, man.
This is him farting on live television and
Acknowledging it.
Yeah, not just playing past it.
Kardashian first sought to end the marriage 3 years ago, but rescinded after Odom was found unconscious at a Nevada brothel last year. She refiled, citing irreconcilable differences. The judge signed off on the papers yesterday, but it won't take effect for another week. Excuse me, TV and Hollywood are remembering a longtime soap opera villain.
So he puts it right into the cushion.
Just buried it in the cushion and then obviously heard it through his headset and was like, oh no.
Judge signed off on the papers yesterday, but it won't take effect for another week. Excuse me, TV and Hollywood
are they sure? And they're sure it wasn't his stomach growling?
I don't know. No. They said it was a fart. Maybe it was his stomach.
Sounded like a fart.
It sounded like a stomach to me.
But if it was his stomach, why would he say, excuse me?
Because it's still a bodily sound.
No, you don't acknowledge your stomach growling. My stomach growls all day.
I don't know. Like in school, when people's stomachs were growling, like even grade school, they would feel pretty embarrassed when it's like really loud, and then they'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm hungry.
Well, because people thought it was a fart, I would imagine, but that's different. I mean, like if your stomach growls, you would say, excuse me?
I mean, not me personally. I'm just saying that, kind of depends on where I'm at, I think.
Especially if you're a news guy. You don't acknowledge it. I mean, people's stomach growls all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
So
mine never stops.
It brings more attention to it.
Yeah, and it's
your
like,
stomach isn't audible when it makes noise, Alan.
Mine?
Yeah, I don't hear it on the air.
Don't tell me what my stomach can do. No, don't hear it in here. No, right. But, for instance, when I volunteer on the weekends with blind children, oftentimes if they're feeling tired, they'll come over and they'll lay their head on my stomach. And then, yes, they can absolutely hear it.
Mm-hmm. That's so nice that you do that.
Mm. Robert, I do it for the accolades. Do it for those little blind kids.
Oh, it's
beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Listen, it's not my fault if my stomach's constantly making noise. One of the guys last night that I ran into at Chuggers when I was out there in Streetsboro, good dude named Josh, he was talking about some health stuff, and he asked me, he goes, I know a lot of people are giving you a hard time for it, but I'm somebody who also keeps an eye on my health and what I put into my body. And what is the name of the squeezy salads you buy? And I told him, I said, it's called Salad Power.
How many squeezy salads are on the market? I would imagine just Google squeezy salad.
More than one.
Wow.
More than one.
Okay.
I think that the squeezy salad market is getting to be a very crowded one.
It's a lucrative business to make a whatever you call
Liquefy
those things.
your
Liquid salads. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Salad Power, I told him, was the brand that I purchase. Their tagline is, drink your vegetables.
How is it? Do you like it? The
I
taste?
like it.
I might try it.
It's shelf stable. So when, I'll keep them in my basement for when the collapse comes. And no, it's just good for, if I don't have time to kind of properly meal prep or something like that, midday. Maybe I'm too busy to, like today I walked down, it was a gorgeous day out when I walked down to Heinen's to get myself some chicken and vegetables for lunch. But I'm not always able to do that. And so I will suck down what has been come to be known on the show as a squeezy salad. But it's just got, here's a photo of what the product looks like right there. 16 spinach leaves, 12 kale leaves, 5 carrots, 4 broccoli heads, 1/2 apple, 1/4 lemon.
I told you I can make these for you.
I know you can. I could make them for me.
I'll charge you half of what you're paying.
They're fine.
I'll even put them in a little squeezy Capri Sun thing for you.
I mean, I feel this is another one of those things where I feel kind of wasteful because the pouches are single use. All that plasticky type stuff. But I also feel that, like, everybody has given up on that. So, we're not fixing that whole thing.
Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's made of something perfectly biodegradable. It'll be gone in like 500 years. Don't stress it.
Yeah. We'll be long gone by then. I
don't
won't be
worry.
around to notice how slowly it's decomposing. But I guess they're not cheap. They're $9 a pouch.
Oof.
And yeah,
I'll do it for $3 a pouch.
But I like
How about
them.
that?
I like them. To me, it's worth the money I'm saving in labor costs, because when I take those blind kids in, and they start shoving vegetables into my Ninja blender or whatever the hell kind of blender I have at my house.
And if you're watching the live stream, yes, that did look like the J-O motion that Alan was.
When the kids are blind, they
jamming
can't
that
see
in
what I'm
there.
doing. When they're jamming, those vegetables into that blender,
just mashing it in there.
I mean, the carrots are super long, and so they're the long carrots and the cucumbers, and it's just
when you put the cucumber inside of the
into
the thing
blender,
there, you just push it
and
as
then
hard
you're
as you can.
pushing the button on it, and these kids with the I go, what are you doing? I go, I got this from the farmer's market.
You get the real big vegetables.
Yeah, the farmer's market I got. Yes. And I say to them, aren't you glad that you were subject to that congenital defect and you can't see what's going on? Christmas lights can be donated to the Cleveland Zoo. That is what I'm sure that's what people were telling me. Thank you. I couldn't remember what it was, but Alan, how big are these? 4 effing broccoli heads. Well, broccoli, not cabbage.
And you juice them.
Broccoli heads are tiny.
What is it like? Did it say 7 pieces of spinach? Something like that?
7 pieces of silver is what they cost. 16 spinach leaves.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to shortchange.
12 kale leaves. 5 carrots. 4 broccoli heads. 1/2 apple. 1/4 lemon.
And a peach in a pear tree.
Yeah. So, yes, I enjoy them. It's just an organic smoothie. That's 2 times your daily vegetable requirement. Were you aware that your daily vegetable requirement is simply 8 spinach leaves, 6 kale leaves, 2.5 carrots, 2 broccoli heads, 1/4 apple, and 1/8 of a lemon?
So you're right there.
If I'm doing the math correctly.
You're an overachiever.
I really am. If I were only in it for my recommended daily allowance, I would have 1/2 of these. But I don't. So I will squeeze them into, I love when it squirts down my throat, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite part.
How does that work visually?
I mean, I go
Do you
like
just
this.
squeeze
I go,
it in?
Actually, if you go,
I hold it a good 6 or 7 inches away from my face.
Just sometimes you get a little splash.
I'm not going to put,
Just push it back in. You can't just kind of take it off of your cheek and push it back in.
Well, sometimes I'll push my head down onto it just to.
Oh, you're welcome, YouTube crew.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's for the kids.
if you actually click on the Salad Power link of the images that you were looking up, every single person in the carousel is like sucking it down.
Oh, yeah.
And it's pretty funny.
Here we go.
For the video stream.
I'll show it to you there. There she is. She's having a good time. This guy tipping his head back and squeezing that thing down his gullet. Here's this young lady tipping it back. Now, again, you don't drink it like it's a Camelback. You just suck it down. And there's a little kid. It's suitable for small. That is an ugly kid. That is
oh, my God, yeah.
Suitable for children or adults. But that's what I go with. Salad power.
I'll tell you what, man. Watching everybody do it in a different way is one thing, but that black dude was working that thing.
He really was. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
He's getting after it.
That's
he drank
actually
that.
the main reason why I mentioned it, just because of him.
I can drink this in 2 sips. What?
That's a guy that drew Cat in the little video carousel there.
What that mouth do?
What that mouth do? Oh, flashback. Are we ready for what did we learn this week?
I am.
All right.
The Alan Cox Show asks, anyone? So, what did we learn this week? Anyone?
All right, before we split on Friday afternoons, we kind of like to take stock of the week that was. You know, we do the Week in Cox. That is Sunday mornings. That's 8 to 10. That's 2 hours of what we think is the best stuff from the week. But before we leave, we like to kind of cast our minds back, and it's an exercise for us to determine if we have, in fact, become any better people for our family, for our friends, or if, in fact, as I suspect, we've entirely reverted into a de-evolution, if you will. All right, Rob, what did you learn this week?
I feel like I should give it to Kat. Ladies first, right?
I'm ready.
Go ahead, Kat. What did you learn?
I did become a better person recently. I learned that keep at it with your New Year's resolutions, everyone. I just finished a class, got a high A, lost some weight. Everything's looking good.
Dare I ask, you're down double-digit pounds, single-digit pounds?
Double.
Yes. Well, you look great. Let me see Kat on the live stream. Let me just take a look. You look great.
Thank you.
That's the most casual I've ever seen you, by the way.
Yes.
All right. Congratulations. Rob, what did you learn this week?
I learned I am no longer allowed to shorten words, saying things like "cuke."
Right.
Not acceptable on the Alan Cox Show.
That guy really hated that.
I learned not to say scrotum.
I was going to say, that's what I learned. Kat has testicles on the brain.
Mm-hmm. T.
On the brain.
Scrotum.
Yes.
Whoa.
T. Testicles, what?
And no more bodily functions.
Something else, Kat. What is something? Was there anything else you learned? Or is it just about you getting all svelte?
Let's let Rob continue.
All right. I learned that Kat was a trainer who trained a woman who spoke through a voice box.
All right.
I enjoy this very, very much.
Yeah.
I am strengthening my quads. Thank you.
My Bulgarian split squats.
This feels fantastic.
These are great.
I can really feel my glutes activating.
I can't believe I didn't know it, but we kind of stumbled back onto it again, and I learned that LBJ was hung like a mule. I didn't know that until you mentioned it. I guess President Johnson should have given it away, but I had never considered it because it was so long ago that I didn't think about it.
I want to just add to that I learned he named it Jumbo.
Mm-hmm. What else?
Well, I also learned that if you save the Alan Cox Show or Rover's Morning Glory or WMMS as a preset on the free iHeartRadio app, you could win yourself a T-shirt on Monday. So download the iHeartRadio app and save those presets now so you might be able to win a T-shirt on Monday.
Yeah, when we're at the Clevelander.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, I learned it's all fun and games until a fatberg cancels your Bryan Adams show. That's what I learned. Did you have anything else that you learned, or...
Me? No, I'm good, man.
All right. Well, then we're all good. We've sewn it all up.
Didn't learn much, really, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Rob flummoxed by the popularity of fish fries on Fridays.
I really am.
In the
Still
Midwest.
am. And I want to bring in some yarn to triangulate this fish fry thing.
Yeah. Let's do it before Joanne Fabrics clothes. I'm sure they're doing an everything must go sale. Hey, do you need 500 lengths of red yarn?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, we do.
Making a murder wall.
Okay, good. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. We will reconvene with you on Monday. Not in here, but from out there. When RMG signs off, we'll be posted up at the Clevelander. So if you are celebrating St. Paddy's Day downtown, come say hi to us. In the meantime, tomorrow night, our metal show, 2 hours to midnight, 120 minutes and nothing but metal. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler do that for you. And then Sunday morning, it's the Weekend Cox. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. Where can people find you over the weekend on social meds, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Katerina?
Oh, your mic's off.
She's
Cat
gone.
Be Creative or the Serbian Queen on all social media.
She already checked out. She's like, F this
Yeah,
noise. I'm out. And I'm Alan Cox Show on your platforms, whatever. Hey, I'm headed to Willoughby if you are out tonight. That's where I'm going to be for the Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge starting at 7 o'clock. I'm going to be at Lost Nation Sports. So come out, go get yourself to Vegas. Tomorrow night, all three of us are going to be out at the Solid Gold Lounge in Brook Park. So big weekend planned, a lot of fun. We'll talk to you guys again on Monday. And thanks. The program will be available for you wherever you get your podcasts. If you listen on the iHeartRadio app, you can drop us messages there. And if you want to leave voicemails, that number is 216-986-8903. Thanks to Sam Tallent. Love talking to him. He's at Hilarities all weekend long. Go to hilarities.com for the info. And Cavs basketball is not far off. 7:30 pregame tonight. They are in Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. Tip off at 8 on MMS. And have a great weekend. Do something dangerous. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental